Hello? Hello?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. This is Ayub Katuge.
Oh, good morning, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, very sorry. I was facing challenges in connecting.
Okay.
Is this a right platform for me to connect it?
Oh, yes, but we'll be starting by 9 o'clock on the dot. So you can
Okay.
connect and just come back by 9.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I think
Yeah,
it's just about 9:02 a.m. Would like to kick off in about a minute or less, just giving a bit more time for participants to join in, and we'll be kicking off in about a minute. So thank you, and I'll be right back. All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Zambia. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Ghana. Good morning, Uganda. Good morning, Africa. And welcome to the third Africa Data Security Conclave. My name is Amaka Okuta, and I'm your host for this conference. So welcome. The third Africa Data Security Conclave is an offshoot of the first two conferences, which held in October 2020 and in October 2021, respectively. The theme for this year's conference is Cybersecurity in Africa, Contention, Capacity, and Mitigating Intercontinental Threats. We'll be discussing on this topic, and this topic was chosen because cyber threats are becoming more sophisticated and complex. They have become difficult to mitigate, thereby resulting in a high cost of response. Cybersecurity has become an increasingly critical component of national security among African economies. The content is an attractive target for hackers due to its rich resources and potential for natural resources such as oil and gas. So one of the most vulnerable areas of cyber infrastructure, which includes government institutions, businesses, and individuals. It's becoming more and more difficult for African countries to protect themselves against cybersecurity issues because of some factors like inadequate capacity, intercontinental threats, inadequate governance. So these challenges do not only fall under government or companies, but on academia and civil societies as well. That's why this year's Africa Data Security Conclave aims to boost awareness and facilitate policy making in African countries and provide information about cyber threats targeting Africa, both economic and informational security, right? This conference will also discuss how best to tackle cybercrime through law enforcement, intelligence sharing, and cooperation, as well as what steps can be taken by businesses and governments to protect themselves from cyber attacks. So this session, our conference this year will be divided into 4 sessions. We'll have 4 topics broken down for panelists to address. And these sessions include, the topics that will be discussed in these sessions are contemporary regulatory tools and strategies for deterring financially motivated cybercrime. That is the first session. This panel session would explore the interventions of regulatory bodies across African nations and the tools they have deployed to combat financially motivated cybercrime within and outside the African continent. The second session will be on cybercrime and the African economy, incidences and impacts. Off the top of my head, I can think of a few cyber, popular attacks that has happened in Africa. I remember the famous one about ShopRite, and we'll be discussing that in this session, right? This panel session would focus on major incidences of cybercrime in the African economy in recent times and analyze the impacts. The third panel session will be on the topic, cybersecurity issues and the digital divide. This session would extensively discuss major cybersecurity issues prevalent in the African economy and the digital divide that currently exists in Africa in relation to other continents. The fourth and the final session will be on the topic, cyber hygiene and the CIA triad. That is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. This panel would focus on detail on the CIA triad and how Africa has fared in terms of data confidentiality, data integrity, and data availability in relation to other continents. We are already aware, since we're signed up, that the conference will hold today and tomorrow. That's for 2 days. So for today's conference, we'll be talking or taking the first 2 sessions. And at this point, I would like to invite the keynote speaker to give our welcome address. And our keynote speaker is Dr. Vincent O. Olagunji. But before I proceed, I'd just like to confirm everyone can hear me clearly and we are following. So I don't go on and I've lost my attendees somewhere. Just to confirm, I'm clear enough for everyone. Because once we go into the keynote address, every single thing discussed today is highly important. So I would like everyone to hear attentively. Just let me know if I can go on. Great. All right. So our keynote address is taken by Dr. Vincent Olatunji, pardon me. Dr. Vincent Olatunji has a doctorate degree in geography and planning from the University of Lagos and an advanced diploma in computer studies. He is a certified public-private partnership specialist and a PECB certified data protection officer. He has worked in the public sector for about 32 years. He joined the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, in 2002, where he worked in various departments, thereby rising to the position of director in 2014 and acting director general in 2016. He was the director of e-government development and regulations, where he successfully mainstreamed development and launch of various policies, guidelines, and frameworks, such as the Nigeria Interoperability Framework, Nigeria E-Government Enterprise Architecture, Cloud First Policy, Government Digital Service Policy, Nigeria Data Protection Regulation, and Smart Initiatives Framework to enhance Nigeria's digital transformation. He also chaired the implementation committees of some of them. He's a member of many committees of experts. Dr. Olatunji was listed among the 100 leading telecom and ICT personalities in Nigeria by the Association of Telecommunication Companies of Nigeria in April 2018, and appointed as Country Chief Data Officer Ambassador by the Massachusetts Institute of Information Management. He has also won several awards from public and private sector organizations. He is a member of professional bodies, which include member of International Association of Privacy Professionals, member Nigeria Computer Society, member Information Technology Systems and Security Professionals, fellow Institute of Information Technology Management, Director, Compliance Institute of Nigeria. On the 4th of January 2022, Dr. Olatunji was appointed as the Pioneer National Commissioner and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Data Protection Bureau. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to give our keynote address, Dr. Vincent Olatunji. Dr. Olatunji, you have the floor, please.
Hello. Morning.
Good morning, Dr. Olatunji.
Good morning.
Good
Can
morning.
you permit me to share my screen, please?
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Dr. Olatunji, please go ahead. You can share your screen now.
Okay. Thank you. I think there's a problem. Hello. Hello.
Yes, Doctor, we can hear you.
I think there's a problem with this thing is not coming up at all. I don't know why. Anyway, maybe
The
I
screen,
just
sir?
speak. Yes.
Okay, let's check that out.
Yeah. Hello, let me just keep talking. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm really excited to be part of this third edition of Africa Data Security Conclave. And I would like to start by commending the organizers for being consistent for the past 3 years that they've been holding this conclave annually. And we are always happy at the Nigeria Data Protection Bureau to be a part of this process, which to a large extent is a means of creating awareness on the issue of data security, data protection, data privacy, and generally cyber security in Africa. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear,
Hello?
Doctor. We can hear you.
Okay. Now, and
Yes,
the
sir.
theme for this year is really important, and apt, more importantly, at the time that digital transformation is taking a front burner globally and in Africa as a country in particular. So this is really, really apt, and we believe it's important for us to be a part of this. We know the level of digital transformation, the level of the usage of digital technologies for socials, for business, for sports, and for so many other things. And with this level of acceptance and adoption, there is a attendant threat to whatever we are doing, which is in the area of cybersecurity, which is a way of attacking connected systems, attacking databases, and most of the things that we do online. So the need to take the issue of cybersecurity seriously cannot be taken for granted. And globally, the issue of even security, national security, global security, have been taken away from the issue of traditional military security to cyber war now, cyber security, which, and to a large extent, this has encouraged most countries across the globe to start putting in place measures to ensure that in terms of food security, health security, sports security, shelter, everything, that usual security is being taken seriously. Now, looking at the impact of cybercrime globally, as far back as 2017, the financial worth of the global cybercrime was about $600 billion, which was about 0.8% of global GDP. In fact, it was estimated that it will hit $1 trillion by 2020. But I tell you, by 2018, it was already $1.5 trillion. Why, as of 2019, it rose to $2 trillion. And the global projection now is that by 2025, it will rise to as high as $10.5 trillion, which shows how huge the impact of cyber security it's seen in our global economy. So the need to take this very seriously cannot be overemphasized. And if you look at
Hi, Dr. Olatunji. If you're speaking, we can't hear you anymore. I think there's a bit of network downtime. Just wait a few seconds to see if he connects back. Hello, everyone. Please bear with us. Dr. Olatunji is trying to reconnect and he will continue with his address shortly. Thank you. Apologies once again, everyone. Dr. Alatunji is trying to reconnect. Hopefully we get him back in a few seconds from now. Thank you.
What kind of region?
I can see Dr. Olatunji is back in the room, just confirming if he can hear us. Hi, Dr. Olatunji.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear us? Yes, welcome back.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes,
Oh,
we
great.
can see it.
I'm very sorry, maybe it's the network also. Let me just,
Yes,
let me just start all over again. I'm sorry about that. So as I was saying,
not a problem.
we appreciate the organizers of this conclave, and we've been with them for the past 3 years, and they'll be consistent, and that is really commendable. And the theme for this year is about cybersecurity in Africa, contention, capacity, and mitigating the container threat. Is really apt and very important to us. More importantly, the level of digital transformation across the world, and in Africa in particular, and Nigeria as a country. So we really need to commend you for this. Now, the issue of cybersecurity is global, and the more we go on the internet, the more we are exposed to the issue of cybersecurity, because it's only about attacks on interconnected systems, online presence, website portals, and stuff like that. So a lot of things must be done, must be put in place to ensure that we are adequately protected. Even in terms of national security, the issue of war, national security, has been taken beyond traditional military security now to cyber warfare, which is really important. It has a lot of economic impact globally. Looking at the global impact of cybercrime, which I've mentioned before, as of 2017, it was estimated to be about 600 billion. That is about 0.8% of global GDP. It rose to 1 trillion in 2020, and the estimate was that it will be about 1 trillion in 2020. But as of 2018, it had increased to $1.5 trillion. And by 2019, which was even before the prediction of 1 trillion in 2020, it was already doing $2 trillion in terms of economic values. And there is this prediction now that by 2025, it will definitely rise to about 10.5 trillion US dollars, which has a lot to do with global economy. You can imagine if this amount is plowed into socioeconomic development. You can imagine the impact globally. So we need to take the issue of cybersecurity seriously. Now, looking at the global impact and distribution of cybercrime, US has the highest, which is 23%. China has 9%. Australia, 1%. Israel, 1%. South Korea, 2%. Italy, 3%. And all other countries grouped together, we have 19%. And this is where we have majority of African countries. Now, looking at technology in Africa, I think I'm still audible. Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly,
Oh,
sir.
great.
You're audible.
Now,
Yes.
looking at Africa as a continent, we are about 1.4 billion people. This rose from 800 million in 2000 to 1.4 billion people currently. And the average age is about 19.5 years. These are the real digital natives who are tech savvy, and they're always on the internet to do one thing or the other. And in terms of social media users in Africa, we have over 384 million regular internet users in Africa. In fact, as far back as 2021, there was this statistics showing that there are about 38% of Africans that regularly go online. Now, looking at broadband penetration, we look at the issue of submarine cables, which is like the main infrastructure for internet penetration. Out of about 30 countries in Africa currently have one or two, three, four, five presence of submarine cables. Some have one, like Benin Republic, they have one. Nigeria, we have 6. In Egypt, they have 15. So it varies from one country to the other. But the most important thing is that the infrastructure to provide internet access is available for us in Africa. And in terms of internet penetration, it is about 43% in Africa, although it's still below the global average of 62.2%. But the impact is that in Africa, we have close to 50% of internet penetration in Africa. They're looking at cybercrime on the continent. It is estimated to be about 4 billion per annum. South Africa has the highest, which is about 570 million, Nigeria 500 million, and Kenya 36 million. Then this has impact on GDP, which is being reduced by about 10% on an annual basis. And we know what that can mean to us. They look at what we are doing to combat cybersecurity. The total value of our cybersecurity bucket is 2.5 billion, which means the total value of our cybersecurity market, that is effort that we're making in combating cybercrime, is lower than the volume of cybercrime that is being perpetrated on a daily basis. So that leaves a gap of about $1.5 billion. And this we need to really address. Ideally, our spendings, our security, our cybersecurity initiative should be more than what we get from the attacks. So that's a lot, a food for us, a food for thought for us in Africa. These are prominent cybersecurity threats in Africa. I don't need to bore you with that. The figures are here in terms of emails, in terms of files, in terms of web pages that have been attacked. Then, as you mentioned when you were doing the opening ceremony, when the facilitator mentioned the issue of ShopRite, that was one of the largest in terms of cyber attack in Africa. That happened in 2022. There was another one in 2018, which the AU headquarters was attacked, and even from all the way from Shanghai in China. So it shows that if you are not careful with the exposure to a lot of these foreign products, goods, and services, we need to look inward, look at our own homegrown solutions in the area of cyber attack. Then 2016, there's an attack in Liberia. Then that of Silver Terrier, a syndicate of cyber criminals that created about 81,000 pieces of malware and led to about 2.1 million attacks in different organizations in Africa. Now, what are the factors that we can say are enabling cybercrime in Africa? As I said before, the rapid growth of digitalization is a major issue that we need to address. And the response rates of different governments in different countries is a major issue. A lot of governments don't even have solutions to address this at a national level, and it's a major issue that people are not left to take care of themselves, and seeing there is no adequate way to monitor, to regulate, and investigate cyber crimes, and even indict or prosecute the offenders. It's a major problem that we need to really look into. And looking at the level of cybersecurity strategies in Africa, out of 54 countries, only 15 African countries have completed their cyber security strategies to a large extent, which shows that there is no appropriate plan in most countries to address the issue of cyber security, and we need to really look into this and see how we can come together as a continent and look at individual countries to put in place appropriate plans to combat cyber security. In terms of awareness, what level of awareness do we know in Africa? People, they go online in terms of security, how do they secure themselves? Even in terms of national security, what can we put in place? How aware, how knowledgeable are people in charge of national security in most countries to be able to combat cyber security? And on an individual basis, what level of security are we putting in place? And we definitely, and obviously, we don't have enough measures in the area of cybersecurity, and this is a major problem. Then we look at the issue of infrastructure. What kind of infrastructure are we deploying? Do we have enough infrastructure in terms of hardware, in terms of software, even in terms of personnel to be able to combat cyber security, cyber crime in Africa? A lot of African countries are still struggling. So this must be truly addressed. Then we look at how do we really address this issue in Africa, despite the issue of emerging technologies and the way we are adopting it. How do we now put in place measures as a continent to be able to address the issue of cybersecurity? The Malabo Convention of 2014, the agenda from there, which is Agenda 2063 for Transforming Africa, laid out a lot of plans in the area of cybersecurity, which countries across the continent should be able to adopt and put in place measures to be able to address the issue of cybersecurity. And the Malabo Convention on cybersecurity and data protection is the credible framework for cybersecurity in Africa, where organizations are expected to put in place measures to safeguard electronic transactions, protect personal data, promote cybersecurity initiatives, and e-governance and combat cybersecurity. The number of countries that have signed to this are not many. I think about 21 out of African countries have signed to this, and others need to be encouraged to sign to this and ensure that they put in place specific measures. In fact, specifically Article 26 of that Malabo Convention encourages member states to adopt a culture of cybersecurity, developing information system and networks. That is, security should be part of the concept right from the beginning, and we need to put in place this. And countries should be able to establish their CERT, that is cyber emergency response teams. In Nigeria, we have several. We have the national CERT, we have sectoral CERT, and I'm aware that so many organizations have their CERT feeding the national CERT. And we need to really encourage these other African countries. Then in terms of data protection and privacy, everything we are talking about in the area of digitalization and the area of data transformation has to do with identity, has to do with human beings. So the issue of data privacy and protection should be taken seriously. And across Africa, I think about 21 countries currently have their data protection laws and data protection authorities in place. And these are the list. This is the list of the countries, and a lot are still struggling to look at what to do. And this is really key for us to be able to come together as a continent. And in fact, the AU framework on data data privacy and protection is a guide that we can use as a continent to be able to do it, because the strength of the EU country is in the GDPR, because 27 countries are together implementing GDPR for about 447 million people. In Africa, we have 54 countries and we have about 1.4 billion people. We can imagine the impact we will have if you have a continental framework that can address the issue of data protection, data privacy, and by extension, cybersecurity on the continent. The data, which is really key, which I mentioned, is really key to address the issue of cybercrime. Who you are online is really key. How many countries can really boast of a robust digital identity, which can really lead to proper planning social planning, economic planning, and even security planning. And we need to really look into this to ensure that digital identity is really key. I think in Nigeria, we've moved ahead with the transformation going on in NIMSI under the Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. We are, in terms of our identity database, we have over 91 million Nigerians that can be recognized. In fact, every Nigerian that will be able to do one transaction or the other is now able to be identified in Nigeria, either from your secondary school, you want to do WIC, you want to do JAM, you want to do your driver license, you want to do your passport, you must have your name, which is under our National Identity Initiative. And to this, Nigeria is already reaping some fruits. And even some of the breakthroughs in a lot of threats, cyber threats and terrorism in the area of terrorism have been through this identity management that has been put in place in Nigeria. Then if data is properly harnessed, we'll be able to make predictive analytics that can really guide in the area of cybersecurity. And we need to really ensure that we take this seriously. And another thing we need to do is to adhere to the principles of data protection and privacy, which are really key in wherever we are collecting data, processing data, managing data, sharing data of Africans. It's really important for us to ensure that we put in place principles of data processing, which are listed here in terms of lawfulness, fairness, and transparency, purpose, limitation, data minimization, accuracy of the data, if it's not accurate. How do you want to be able to make, in fact, a decision that will lead to policy initiatives that can really drive socioeconomic development and ensure that we are secured in a cyberspace? There's storage, limitation, integrity, and confidentiality of the data, which speaks to the issue of security, which is really key. The accountability, that is, data processors, data controllers must be accountable for the data they hold in trust for our people to be able to create trust and confidence in whatever we are doing. So, and I believe this will fit into national and continental security architecture and initiative that can really address the issue of cybersecurity and economy. The way forward is for us to be able to collaborate as a continent and as countries. But the Malabo Convention, which I already mentioned, let's sign into it and ensure there's proper monitoring, implementation and monitoring, and peer review, and to do a lot of monitoring and evaluation to know where we are and the things that we need to do to improve on what we've done. Capacity building, which is really key. How many experts? What is the competence of personnel in different countries, in different areas? We need to be up to date. And because this sector is very dynamic, these guys in the cybercrime ecosystem, they're always ahead. So we need to ensure that we don't catch up. We must put in place adequate capacity and infrastructure for us to be able to be ahead of them. And information sharing, which is really key. 9/11 in the US was due to non-sharing of information. The bomb blast in Ikeja in 2004, which led to a lot of so many lives. It happened in Ikeja and so many people died in Okafa due to lack of proper information. We need to ensure that we put in place adequate measures to ensure proper information sharing in countries and as a continent as a whole. Then we need a lot of investment in the area of cybersecurity. So it may be expensive, but eventually the gain will be more for us. In fact, it has been posited that for every $1 you invest in digital space, digital technologies, you tend to gain $6 in the long run. So we need to really make a frantic effort to ensure that we invest in digital technologies and I think that cybersecurity solutions that we need to put in place. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is only about free movement of goods and services. This will definitely be driven by technologies. So as we are planning this, we should have at the back of our mind that we need to put in place security measures that will ensure that we are adequately protected whatever we are doing. We all know that cybersecurity is a global, by way of conclusion, cybersecurity is a global menace that is associated with the level of digitalization. So all we need to do is to ensure that we collaborate, work together to limit cyber attacks. We may not be able to completely eradicate it. The moment you go online, you're exposed, but at least we need to put in place measures to ensure that we reduce it to the barest minimum, and the loss to cyber crime can be channeled into other areas that will have socioeconomic development. We need to monitor our data, ensure that it is secure, it is safe, to create trust and confidence, and then put in place adequate measures to be in line with the principle of data protection and privacy for us to be able to ensure that we have a secure and safe environment and online presence. This is for all of us, government, private sector, civil society group, professionals in the field. And that is why we're happy to join you today to ensure that we are here as government. Government is to give the policy direction, create an enabling environment, and private sector organizations have to do their own to ensure that we're all protected and secure whatever we do online. I should take the issue of data privacy and protection seriously. And at NDPB, we're happy to be with you, and we are available on all online social medias. You can search for us and follow us for feedback on our activities or for updates on whatever we're doing. We are on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram. So please kindly follow us. Thank you very much, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Latunji. Thank you for that amazing keynote address. You touched on every single thing we are worried about and would like to discuss today. Thank you so much, sir. At this point, we would go into our sessions. As I said earlier, today, day one, we'll be addressing two sessions. That is on the first session, which is contemporary regulatory tools and strategies for deterring financially motivated cybercrime. I know in Dr. Latunji's keynote address, he mentioned how we have inadequate government regulatory agencies, regulations to guide proper cybersecurity in Africa. And it will be wonderful if Africa comes together to implement proper regulations to combat cybercrime. So this session will be moderated by Olugbenga Shile. Olugbenga is an experienced operations, brands, and communication strategist with a demonstrated history of working in the consumer services industry. He has previously coordinated the development and deployment of landmark automated solutions and facilitated external API integrations for a technology development company. He's also experienced in organizational information security management systems set up to process targeted at minimizing risk and impact of security breaches and ensuring business continuity. Welcome, Mr. Olugbenga Shile. Thank you for joining us and moderating the session. I would like to hand over to you now to take over. Thank you. Can you hear us, Mr. Shile?
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Amaka. Apologies, I was muted for a bit. Thank you so much for that introduction. And I must also especially appreciate the efforts of Dr. Vincent Olatunji. That was very explosive. That was very, very expository. And I dare to say is, okay, let me turn on my video just so you know you're not, okay, yes. Okay, that's better. And I hope you can all see my video.
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you very much. So we've lost some time as it is, so we don't exactly have 2 hours anymore. So I'll be introducing my panelists immediately. And like we mentioned earlier on, we're going to be discussing the first panel session, which is contemporary regulatory tools and strategies for deterring financially motivated cybercrime. Now, this panel session will be exploring the interventions of regulatory bodies across African nations and, of course, the tools they have deployed to combat financially motivated cybercrime within and outside the African continent. Of course, we'll be looking at some case studies, which I expect my panelists will be doing justice to as we proceed with this. So I'm going to do very quick introduction of my panelists for every one of them right now. And the first one I have here is Mr. Olumide Babalola. Olumide is a prolific and consummate digital rights, consumer rights, privacy, and data protection lawyer. His rich and diverse digital rights litigation experience spans across all superior courts of record in Nigeria and regional courts in Africa, including ECOWAS Community Court of Justice. He has specially litigated on digital privacy, cybercrime, hate speech, freedom of information, online freedom of expression, passage of laws, protecting digital rights, among others. Olumide is a seasoned conference speaker at local and international fora. He is also the managing partner of Olumide Babalola LP, a NICTA licensed data protection compliance organization. Mr. Olumide Babalola, you're welcome. Please confirm you're in-house.
Very much. I'm here. I'm unable to start my video. I don't know why that is, but
not a problem.
I can be enabled from the back end. But I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much for the introduction.
I hope that is not a cyber. I hope that is not a cyber attack on Mr. Olumide's video.
I hope so too, Mr. Bangwe.
All right, thank you so much. You're welcome, Mr. Babalola. So next on my list is Mr. Ayub Katuga. Ayub Katuga is a computer scientist and forensic investigator, professional with vast experience in banking industry, working with 3 banks in Tanzania, namely National Bank of Commerce, the National Microfinance Bank, and Barclays Africa Group Tanzania as head security and forensic investigation. He acquired experience in forensics and criminal investigation, financial institutions risk management. Previous experiences he served with Tanzania Police Force as fraud and criminal investigation officer, ESG investigation officer, investigating cases at different public and private organizations. Currently, Ayub is working with Ascon Africa Security and Investigations as managing director. In the capacity, he leads company management team and is a member on the board of directors. He is responsible for the growth of the company, attracting clients and retaining current clients. Ayub is technically advanced in computer programming, COBOL, C, C++, VB, Java, computer networking, and database systems, computer applications, which include Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, PowerPoint, etc. That's a very rich one. You're very welcome, Mr. Katuga. Please, can you confirm you're around? You're here. Mr. Katuga.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you very much, Mr. Katuga. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. This is Ayub Katuga. I'm talking directly from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Thank you very much for a good introduction. And actually, I'll be participating and discussing on the preventing and how to address these cyber attacks in Africa and how we can collaborate together as African countries so that we can be rich in cyber security. Thanks.
You're very welcome, Mr. Katuga. Thank you again. Now, the last of my panel is Mr. Babatunde Bamiboye, Esquire. Babatunde leads the legal enforcement and regulations team at Nigeria Data Protection Bureau. Prior to this, he was a barrister at the Laws Rights Concilium. He's a graduate of Obafemi Awolowo University and a member of the Nigerian Bar Association. You're welcome, Mr. Bamboye. Please confirm you're in the room.
Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome, sir. Thank you. We're very happy to have you. So we'll go right into it. Like I said earlier, we've lost some time already, and we're looking at the first panel session. And the sub-theme of this is contemporary regulatory tools and strategies for deterring financially motivated cybercrime. Now, as a bit of an introduction, we know cybercrime is a growing threat to the global economy and has, become one of the most significant threats to financial security. Cyber criminals have gone as far as using sophisticated attacks against organizations, individuals, and critical infrastructure to gain access to valuable information, and of course, to extort money from businesses and individuals alike. Now, earlier on, Dr. Vincent Olatunji already gave us some statistics, but I think he mentioned a few of this already. In 2021 alone, we understand that over 1 billion was paid in ransom payments, by different organizations that have been targeted by cyber criminals. In addition to all these financial losses too, cybercrime poses significant threats to national security and economic stability. Of course, with the threat of the theft of intellectual property, bribery, blackmail, etc. Now, the rapid growth of cybercrime means that there are some gaps, in the regulatory framework. Maybe the current, the correct regulatory framework, which we keep, editing from time to time, and updating. But still, no matter how you want to look at it, these cyber criminals have a way of beating this, have a way of, they continue to evolve. So now that we understand this is happening, we know that, a lot of things need to be addressed, right? We said we need to find a way to address the gaps in this current regulatory frameworks, by the policymakers and law enforcement agencies alike, so that we can have the appropriate responses, we can develop them, and of course, based on evidence-based policies, rather than anecdotal evidence. Now, we're going to be looking at a few questions, but 3 areas looking at majorly from this topic is, of course, the role of the regulation in addressing this issue. What have the regulatory authorities been able to exactly do in addressing this? Like Dr. Olatunji mentioned earlier on, you can't exactly address it 100%, but you could do the best you can to make sure that this doesn't, hamper the economy significantly. How best can we address it? What have the regulatory agencies and authorities done so far? Of course, what are the current gaps? We're also going to be looking at the gaps. What gaps have we identified in the existing regulatory frameworks? What are the current gaps, and how can those gaps be mitigated against? So we'll be looking at a couple of talking points, and I'll just go right into it again. Like I said, because of the sake of our time, I narrowed this down to about 5 major questions, which we'll be looking at one at a time. So my first question here will be going to, I think I'm trying to consider everyone. I mean, the 3 of you on my panel, each of your designations as such, and maybe I want to put it around there, but then anyone, you're free to all weigh in at any point. Of course, I'll be taking it randomly as well. So for the first question, who do I go first with? Let me throw that in now. So let's make it a bit exciting. Olumide, you want to go first? Babatunde, you want to go first, or are you? Let me allow you guys decide who wants to go first, even though you don't know what I'm going to ask for yet.
Okay, so
I see your camera, your video is on now. Good to see your face.
Yeah, the video is on now. So yes, you sent in a couple of questions earlier, and
yes, I did.
This speaks more to regulatory compliance. Speaks more to. I am going to speak more on even the availability of laws to even combat this. The only or the major legislation we have on cyber crime in Nigeria is the Cyber Crime Act, Prohibition and Prevention, that's of 2015. And the law itself has so many issues. And I think that's what led to the recent call for an amendment where stakeholders have been asked to submit make submissions on areas that it should be amended. I, for one, yes, the legislation is fine, at least to start, for a start, but it needs to be more specific. It is general. In some other jurisdictions, they have Computer Misuse Act. In some other jurisdictions, they have the Wire Fraud Act. Those are specific because cybercrime is very technical. And just like Dr. Olatunji said, the perpetrators, they keep getting one step ahead of the regulation or the regulators. So for the Nigerian space, my advice would be to go further specific rather than just the General Cybercrime Act. Now, a couple of days ago, a client was asking me about the legislation around e-contracts in Nigeria. Legislation around smart contracts in Nigeria. These are contracts, or these are transactions where people can actually be defrauded, where people can actually lose their monies, where identity theft reigns supreme. But this, we need regulations, we need legislations, because it is crime. So there is sometimes a limit to what regulations, so to speak, can do. It is what we need to have statutes, we need to have laws that directly speak to these menace, rather than just having the General Cybercrime Act that, yes, touches a couple of issues, but not specifically, maybe just some general mention of identity theft, like saying whoever is involved in identity theft will be guilty of an offense and will be liable to imprisonment for 7 years or something. What about the specifics? And those are the areas that I think we need proper legislation on. Thank you again for the invitation.
Fantastic. Okay, you already have thought of what I'm going to ask to an extent, but now let me just narrow it down, just in case you want to add to that, or maybe Ayub or Babatunde want to jump in there. So the first question there says, considering the varied nature of financial crime and its impact on its citizens in terms of financial losses and reputational damage, what are the contemporary regulatory tools and strategies for deterring financially motivated cybercrime? Of course, Olumide has mentioned a few, some of us. I don't know if, Babatunde, you want to add anything to that? Maybe let me let you go first. So Ayub will go last on this particular question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello?
Okay, Ayub, okay, let's have Babatunde on this, then we have you, Ayub. Is that fine?
Hello, can I speak first?
Okay, that's fine. Ayub, Babatunde, if you don't mind, let's have Ayub then. That's okay. All right then, thank you.
Okay. Actually, when regarding to especially individuals, how they have been affected by cybercrime, and from my background, when I started to do actually my own researches, when I did this, I came to discover that cybercrime is like it is being misquoted. You know, cybercrime, and there is something we so-called digital fraud. Most of the people are affected by digital fraud and not the cybercrime. Cybercrime, normally, criminals target the infrastructures of the technology, while digital fraud, this affecting.
I think I lost you.
So can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Yes, I can hear you now. Please proceed, sir.
All right.
Stop at the point where you said most people are actually being affected by digital fraud and not exactly cybercrime.
Yeah, digital.
Some more light on that.
Yeah, digital fraud, because digital fraud is a result of cybercrime. Cybercrime targeting infrastructure, technology infrastructures, and all the technology part. But digital fraud are those targeting the users of infrastructure, the users of the technology. So most of the people are affected by this digital fraud. And why we are saying they are affected by digital fraud? Because these people, they have been fooled due to their lack of knowledge. So they have been fooled there. So how can we help them? So we come to regulatory, contemporary regulatory, and how can we enforce? Because actually the regulatory are always managed by governments. The regulatories are the public sector. So how do we convince the government to come back and see the opportunity, see the importance of helping people? Yeah, helping people to prevent first cybercrime before we get to the results and it goes to digital fraud. So this is a main part we have to discuss from here.
Yes. Yeah.
In Tanzania, the difference that I see and the weakness, that the gap that has been realized, that the government itself as a regulatory owner is far away from collaboration. So there is no holistic approach in addressing cyber crime. You get me? So from this point in time, so we have to discuss how we can help. I think this not only in Tanzania, I think it's happening even in other countries in Africa. And most of our individuals don't understand how to prevent themselves from cyber crime and the digital fraud. So how do we help these people? We can help them by this local just a modern fraud techniques, but it's not enough. We have to go back and see the new way how we can help these people. That's first. And when I came to discover later that some of the business owners or risk owners who are working with companies, organizations that has been affected by cybercrime, and say this fraud, digital fraud, some of them have been colluded and perpetrated the fraud, the digital fraud. They have perpetrated cyber fraud. And this is because they have been driven by the money, they have been driven by financial, they have been attracted by these culprits. So how can we help these people? So we have to sit down and see as professionals, we have to come together, design our own prevention methodology and how we can help our people. And most of African countries, people, they are illiterate. They don't have enough knowledge to understand the problems of cybercrime and cyber security. And most of them, whenever, even if you call them through the cell phone, they will give you their information without knowing that they are revealing their confidential information. That's how it is. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ayub. Okay, so I took okay. Let me allow Babatunde come in, then I'll just wrap all three together. I would just like to mention some of the points I noted, and maybe I have one or two questions from myself again, which is more like an offshoot of this particular question. All right, so let's have you, please, Babatunde, if you want to weigh in on this now. Lunde and Ayub have said pretty much. Okay, Babatunde, you have the floor, please. Okay, I think it might be muted or something because it's still, I can still see it here. Please, can you help me unmute Babatunde to weigh in on the conversation? Okay, then if we can't, if we don't have that, let's just we just proceed then. So 2 points I noted there from what you said, Mr. Babalola. You're still around, please. Are you still here? Please confirm you're still.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here, please.
Okay, fine. 2 points. You mentioned something specifically there, which resonates with me. Just to confirm that, you said first takeaway from your point that was that legislation needs to be more specific. Basically, it looks like it's still, you know, it's all around. It's not narrowed down to specifics. One. Then, like in terms of, instead of just having acts, like we have the Computer Misuse Act, you mentioned that the Cyber Fraud Act and all that, that is not just about the acts or just defining it, but we need to have laws that speak specifically to the menace of cybersecurity, of cybercrime. Yeah. And now from Ayub, you mentioned that you said cybercrime is being misquoted and most people are actually affected by digital fraud and not cybercrime. And that's, for me, that's, I think that's fresh. That's a fresh idea there. That's probably a lot of people have always had that misconception. I want you to react to this. What do you think about that? Do you actually agree that, because, okay, you mentioned that cybercrime targets technology infrastructure, while digital fraud targets the users of that infrastructure? So in other words, digital fraud is an offshoot of cybercrime. It's inside, I mean, it's out of cybercrime, it's taken out of cybercrime. What do you think about that? And he made some reference to Tanzania, which I'll be coming to in a bit too. I mean, what do you think about that, Olumide? Do you see any similarities between the Nigerian situation and the Tanzanian situation currently?
So yes, Ayub is a professional in the cyber crime or cyberspace world. So I might always want to defer to him. But again, I think this always boils down to semantics. Cybercrime is a whole gamut of everything criminal, everything illegal that happens in the cyberspace, wherever it happens. Whether it is wire fraud, whether it is digital fraud, whether it is identity theft, whatever frame or whatever form or shade a criminal activity is perpetrated in the cyberspace or in the electronic or in the digital platform, then it will always qualify under cybercrime. And subject to the laws that criminalizes or that criminalize such activity. So for the Nigerian cybercrime, there are specific activities or there are specific actions that have been criminalized. And that is when they can fall under the gamut of, but whatever action, because I see cases in court where lawyers are battling to say, come, this particular action is not covered by the definition of cybercrime or is not covered by that legislation criminalizing cybercrime. And that is where we would always have some form of disagreement with respect to what constitutes cybercrime or what is covered under cybercrime. So for me, I think it's just a matter of semantics that can always be situated under the specific laws. Since this conversation is even about laws, We would always look towards the laws to see what act or what action is illegal under this law, because the way the technology advancement creeps upon us, there are some situations that we are not even contemplating now, but in the nearest future, maybe 2 years time or 3 years time, or some situations that were not contemplated about 2 years or 3 years, but they now form part of whatever we call cybercrime or illegal activities within the cyberspace. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Babalola. All right, Mr. Bamboy, I see you're back. You wanted to weigh in on the point.
Yeah,
earlier, right?
certainly. Thank you very much. I hope we are not experiencing some cyber interference.
Yes, with the internet connectivity.
Yes, I want to thank you for organizing this program. And just as my national commissioner said, it's always an opportunity for us to reach out.
Okay.
Hello.
You're having a bit of feedback from there.
All right. I'm trying to use two systems so that I don't have
Okay,
to.
I guess you have to
But one is
disconnect
off
the
now.
audio. Disconnect the audio in one of them.
Is it okay now?
There's still feedback.
Are we okay?
Okay, I think we can manage it. If it gets bad again, we'll let you know. But I think we can go on right now.
Okay. So basically, I'd like to.
Okay. Okay. I think you have to disconnect the audio from one of the devices. Just disconnect audio from the device you're not speaking with, so we don't have the feedback. Okay. Now. Okay. You can hear you now. Please go ahead, sir. Okay, I think we lost him again.
No.
Oh, okay, fine. We have you back.
All right,
Okay,
great.
please go ahead.
I like to align. There are no such things as, or if we have good people that are in, I think very much, to a very large extent, we can.
Mr. Bangwe, we are losing. We're actually, we're losing some points there. It's there's a bit of a break in your conversation.
Let me stop the video.
Okay, maybe yeah, that should help too.
All right, great. Actually, nothing. A lot, as it were. People that are. There's always this a principle of interpretation that says, once the mischief, you mischief. So whether you call it whatever, an injury has been caused to the state, to address it, or from the proper. So having said, there are specific of regulation, our jurisdiction.
Okay, Mr. Bamboy, your network connectivity, it's not. I don't know if I'm the only one experiencing this. I see you have your hand up. I see your hand is raised. Okay.
Yes, are you hearing me? Are you?
Okay, I think it's better now. Yes.
Sorry, I think your connection is down. We can hear you clearly. So please, can you at least adjust your voice and hearing devices?
Yeah. We've done that. Let me see if. Hello?
Okay.
Hello,
if you
can
talk,
you hear me?
yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, great.
Now it's breaking up.
Clearly. Can you see? No, wait. This is bad. Let me see, maybe I can come back to my mobile.
Okay, maybe that'll be fine then. So while we wait, I guess we could always come back to that because of our time. You still make your points, Robertson, but let's just go into the next question. I think it's, again, still an offshoot from the first one. Now, we talked about the legal framework and what the law enforcement efforts have been so far to combat cybercrime. So at this point, I want us to narrow down what those efforts have been, what particular, I mean, you mentioned a few of what has been done in Tanzania, Ayub. We want you to maybe to narrow down again in terms of specifics. Like I say, this is an African conference, so we expect that different African countries have their own regulatory frameworks. Of course, there are a lot of similarities among them then, but so currently, what is the state of law enforcement efforts to combat cybercrime? Give us a focus on how these efforts have been, have actually combated traditionally organized criminal activities such as money laundering through digital means. Let's just maybe have a bit of a narrow down, maybe 1 or 2 case studies, if you can give us that. So let me have you first, Ayub. Or Babatunde, are you back now? Just sorry, hold on a bit. Just so we can just allow you to close out on the first point, then we go into the other one.
All right, possibly, I don't know, but can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
You don't sound so convinced. Anyway, basically, I will Financial Action Task Force. They made some key of anti-terrorism financing and proliferation financing, as well as anti-terror are covered under a global framework to especially financial crimes. So also to information sharing, we also have the recommendations made in respect of having an integrated system of sharing assessment and harnessing correlation of cyber and physical information. All these are put in place by, international countries to plug in and therefore make the best use of services around the world. May not really come as regulations, as it were. They are, you could refer to them as initiatives. Why? Because it takes a lot of effort, as it were, to actually come up with regulations. A particular scenario, a cybercrime, another one is already taking place. So it is the regulations, because you could hardly have, or that is so comprehensive enough as to contemplate every that is taking place. But what each regulation should do, especially in the IC, in terms of regulation, of course, we can tailor it to direction as to, okay, what is the due process for action, for instance, data process, information sharing, and all that. But we all know, and we know that there is a need to bring the culprits to justice, regardless of whether, whether law specifically says, okay, you don't send the spam messages, oh, you have I've done this thing, and then you come to court trying to justify the fact that no, this is not a spam message directly. don't, you know, and the court cannot sit idly by, nor the state cannot sit idly by. You know, the law. We have to move from the traditional approach of definition of as to the fact that if a law is to criminalize, then it has to be fish and bail. No, in digital space, that's trying to be specific, make you actually legislate for almost everything. And then so many things are able to understand that our law enforcement agencies can come up with initiatives that contain a crime, then we can deal with the semantic as the case may be by the time you are taken to court. These are used to avail a suspect in the course of prosecution. A summary of what I would like to say for now. Connectivity. Let me have opportunity. I will be able to expatiate. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Bambui. I took a few points from there. As you mentioned the issue of having basically you touched on question 1 and 2 together, so which is fantastic. But though in the midst of the whole connectivity challenge, I was able to hear a bit of a point you made there where you said generally there's an integrated system of sharing cyber information across the globe. And again, I agree with you a lot where you say it's not that easy to just come up with regulation frameworks. It's easier to come up with initiatives but you know, coming up with a full regulation takes a lot of time because there's a lot of processes involved. But then I agree with you that as much as possible, let's see how we can make the legislation as lean as possible, where every situation can be addressed to the best ability. That's just my summary of what I got from you in the midst of the. But then, of course, I'm sure we'll have a better connectivity as time goes on. I will be able to hear much more from you. So let me go to Ayub there. Ayub, you want to react to the second question I asked, where I said, what's the current state of law enforcement efforts to combat cybercrime? I mean, you could give us from the Tanzanian approach or any other African countries that you're familiar with. How have this efforts been focused on combating traditionally organized criminal activities, such as money laundering through digital means? Basically, what is the level of digital penetration? Are we still largely using manual processes, or have we innovated to a point where you can actually detect these things using digital means, especially since the crime itself is digital?
Thank you very much. Actually, in Tanzania, in 2015, can you hear me?
Yes,
Please,
I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, in Tanzania, 2015, we enacted a cybercrime law that actually is now in operations that we are using it. Unfortunately, despite all the effort that has been made by the government to create this cybercrime law so that we can convict all the criminals who are perpetrating this cybercrime. It has come to my attention that most of the people who have been arrested and been subjected to the court of law, and actually the cybercrime law was used to criminalize them. Most of the people who were taken to the court of law are those people who sent or posted wrong information in the social media, or have posted pictures that would portray something which is not something awful actually. So I came to realize that we are taking small criminals, these pet criminal issues, to the court of law instead of arresting those big criminals who are affecting our economy. These pet criminals, they cannot affect economy at all. But this year, our internal minister, the Home Affairs Minister, came out and said that in a single day, Tanzania is losing almost USD 1 million in cyber crime, and these are the cyber criminals who are taking this money. When I heard that, I started to think that the cyber crime law is like not working effectively, because it only punish only those small criminals, but not those big fish. We need now to see how we can detect and arrest these big fishes. How do we do this? We need at least to have professionals and technicians come together, design a way, and see how we can further go and arrest these people, detect first. And how we detect, not detecting only, real-time detection is needed here. Are we together?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you.
We need a real-time detection. Yeah, we need a real-time detection of this cyber. Hello? What is happening?
Well, you're audible. We can hear you. I can hear you at least. Are you still there? Okay, I think we lost him. Maybe it's a network glitch there. Okay, let's wait for him for a few seconds. Then I want you to jump in, Olumide. Okay, so you talked about cybercrime, the cybercrime law in Tanzania, and mentioned the fact that most of the actions, most of those who are being arrested and prosecuted are the petty criminals. So I think it reminds me of another country I know, or maybe it's just an African thing, if we should say, because apparently I don't think that is exactly unique to Tanzania, where the real big fish, the ones whose actions actually affect the economy, get to go scot-free or are not exactly, apprehended. Rather, we have the petty criminals, like you mentioned, the ones who are posting pictures. I mean, in Nigeria, for instance, now we've had the case of, the Yahoo boys and all that. And yes, when you look at most of what eventually, the ones who really affect the economy, how successful have we been in actually, curtailing this situation? So let me hear from you there, please, Mr. Babalola.
Yes, at the risk of sounding like supporting proliferation of agencies, I think we might just need some specific agency to combat all the kind of cyber crimes we have, especially financial fraud. Now, just like he said, the cyber crime has been used more to gag the press. And this is a personal experience I've had because I have litigated against the cyber crime, the current cyber crime, up to the Supreme Court. We have an appeal at the Supreme Court now challenging 2 sections of the cyber crime. I did a matter at the ECOWAS court where we challenged 2 sections, and even the ECOWAS court said the Nigerian government should amend 2 sections of the. So that section 24 and section 38 have just been used to gag people who have been using social media, people who have been using blogs to disseminate information. That is part of the use that the Cybercrime Act has been put to. Yes, I agree perfectly with you that they have used the law against the petty thieves, the petty criminals, much more than they would have gone for the big guns. And for me, I think a specialized agency, maybe not a standalone agency, maybe just a body under an existing agency dedicated strictly to the combating of this crime, because you need to really understand how technical it is before you can be able to combat it, because of the technicality involved. That's why I would always favor a more specific approach. rather than the general approach. You know, cybercrime also, we also have cyber bullies, we also have the cyber stalking and what have you, but specific challenge or the specific combat against financial fraud, digital fraud, wire fraud, and that's when we can have a better coordination in this regard. So that's my intervention on this.
Okay, just still borrowing a leaf for what you said there. Are you now saying it? Okay, like let's narrow it down to Nigeria. We have the EFCC, that's the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Would you say they are not basically, because I understand they also have different departments who focus on different areas of, you know, criminal areas. I mean, so would you say that we need another agency? You know, it may be a subset agency.
I have handled cases against EFCC, at least 3, involving wire fraud, involving allegations of cybercrime. And when you see the way they prosecuted it, you will know with respect to them that they don't have the expertise. Even the lawyers, my learned friends on the other side, most times they would push you to plea bargain. Most times, because rather than let's look at this thing, let's develop our jurisprudence. If this guy truly committed this offense, he's in jail. Let's look at it. Let's look at the ingredients that form this offense. If you say it's a cyber crime and you have given it a name under the Cybercrime Act, let's look at the ingredient. Let's look at the act. If somebody is guilty of identity theft, there are some evidence you must bring to court. Or the evidence you have brought to court must speak to it. So this always speaks to technique. It always speaks to competence. It always speaks to specialization. Just like we keep talking about. I'm a lawyer, but it's not every area of the law that can argue. That sometimes they call me to come and speak on certain things. I tell them, you know what, this is beyond my area of competence. I can't really speak to it. Even cybercrime, even cybersecurity as it were, I can't speak on it 100%. Data protection is just an angle of it. Cybercrime is just a principle under the, cybersecurity. It's just a principle under data protection. So it's not the old gambit of data protection. So that's the way I would speak to it, that we need specific, even under the EFCC, they can create a specific body of experts. So that rather than just going...
And you think they don't have that? I want to believe they will have such.
Well, I have litigated against them. Maybe they are just building, maybe they are building that expertise. But what I have seen in the past 2-3 years that I have litigated against them, and it was cybercrime, what they brought to court. Just look at, let's just look at some of even the high-profile cases we've had in the past. I know Mr. Babatine might want to speak pro-government. I'm not anti-government, but I'm just objective. Let's look at those cases they have. Let's look at the way they have flogged. Let's look at the way those cases have been, some of them have been messed up. Very interesting cases, very important cases. But if it comes down to the expertise, when it comes down to the expertise, you will know that the kind of work that should have gone into this thing perhaps has not gone into it. Maybe the kind of people that should have been brought to do the investigation, to do the final, or even the lawyers prosecuting. Forget about the investigation. If the lawyer prosecuting is not grounded in cybercrime, you might even mess up the case. So even if they have done fantastic prosecution, fantastic investigation, they have brought in everything. But if you are the one prosecuting in court, and you don't know the ingredients you are supposed to bring to the court, you don't know the arguments you are supposed to make to let the court understand that these are special kinds of crime. They are special kinds. They are not what our criminal law, the orthodox criminal law, can take care of. I wrote an article recently and I said somebody was trying to define something in social media, define something digital, and I said, you can't use the old dictionaries. If you look at our Cybercrime Act defines a flash drive as a computer. Interesting. That's a problem on its own. Flash drive, it is part of the definition of a computer. It's a problem on its own. We are trying to just open a big net and put everything inside, forgetting that these things are technical. So I'm not saying they should create another agency, but let's have bodies of experts, proven proven experts. Not just you have done one course in Addis Ababa and you come back and you say you are an expert. I would even call myself a data protection expert. That's a threshold. But we are quick to say, oh, these people, that's what we do here. But my point is, even under the agencies, let's have proven experts who can directly combat these crimes. And that is where we can get out of where we are now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was explosive. Let me hear from you, Mr. Bajide. Please, you want to jump in on that?
Much. I know we have the financial intelligence government that collaborates with other agencies.
Yes.
Tackle, you know, financial crimes. Of course, it's an emerging area. Now, around the world, around the country, traditional crimes, easily our police enforcement agencies. So, but crimes that are more sophisticated may require, of course, a further, and that is why we always advocate for, you know, more for those who handle things like this. Statistically, I think 80% of the around this cyber crime, they are about, you know, within a year, maybe last year, and 91% of that of those attacks were successful. It comes down to people actually knowing, not compromising.
Okay.
You know, their own system, not compromising deliberately or negligently. But then another area we need to look at is keep insisting that without collaboration between, example of in the international space, on international law, for instance, coming together and, you know, area that can aid governments and that can to actually, you know, achieve certain things. Approaching the Attorney General to take a prosecute a case, you know, all this comes down to, you know, our experts out in any way, and it's not just because of the government in another way. Just those people that have been, you know, employed society, that is also another realm of the. We can collaborate in these areas, come up with, keep saying that, come up with initiatives. Fine. It is about the mischief, really. Can we recognize the mischief in this case? Don't let us go to this atom in, you know, in prosecution. This one qualifies as a because it has been defined this way, this does not meet the threshold. The point is, as an engineer, is actually what we should focus on. It may limit the degree of murder, for instance. It may end up being guilty of manslaughter. Prosecution is unable to prove the case, but speak for themselves. It is not what you come to court to, and because you cannot identify the suspect properly. If there is no protection, has it taken place? That's mathematical. It has taken place. Oh, the law seems to be ambiguous, or the prosecution seems not. No, that shouldn't really be the argument at the level of, it is about now, okay, maybe, in fact, the court as well can know the law, even if lawyers, and this always comes down to research and keeping in mind that, look, we have that a prosecution or regulation such as the law, as it were, where we begin to distinguish and make all this. At the end of the day, see to it that whoever commits an offense is crime. I think that will help us in a way to develop our jurisprudence along that line. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. That was very detailed. So I'll just draw a parallel. I mean, between Olumide's point and your point there, Babatunde. So Olumide was more about letting us know that it's important to have the expertise and the competence. That it's not just enough to just have a body, but you need to be sure this guy is basically, in a nutshell, putting round pegs in round holes and not, putting square pegs in round holes. Are we very sure these people can do this job, can actually prosecute these guys, or the ambiguousness of the law, the loopholes, they won't be able to really, fight those areas. Now, why you, Babatunde mentioned the point about where some people deliberately compromise, that's where, so it comes to a question of integrity here. So it's maybe not, it might not be that those people don't have the expertise, they might actually know these things, but then how far are they willing to go? How far are they willing to go not to get compromised, either deliberately or negligently? And of course, the point on collaboration there is also very detailed, very important. I recall the case of the popular Hush Puppy about 2 years ago, which was a lot of international collaboration that actually made that, that made them actually nab him. Otherwise, he would have definitely gotten scot-free. But when international agents are able to come together and work toward, because of course, cybercrime is a global thing. I could be in Nigeria and I'm committing a crime that is affecting someone in faraway Australia. So it's global. So when agencies come together, they're able to actually reach a very, very firm and a better conclusion on that. So before you dropped off earlier on, you were making a point. I mean, I'm sure you've also heard what Olumide and Babatunde mentioned earlier on, talked about. Maybe you want to just drop in there before we go to the third point.
Yeah, sure. Actually, was continuing to explain why we in Tanzania taking pet criminals to the court, but still we are lacking. We don't get the results of the new law that has been enacted in 2015. That we don't arrest those big fishes. We arrest these small pet criminals only. So I support the Babalola point that we have to, as African country, we have to initiate another board that will be very specific to deal with cyber criminal issues. And this one will comprise of professionals, and not only in space of computer and all that technology. No, even the lawyers should be within this body so that they can learn and understand what is cyber crime. If you are taking the evidence at the court of law, and the lawyer is not well knowledgeable in cyber crime. For example, in Tanzania, they can easily say that this evidence is not admissible at the court of law. But it's a real evidence. For example, a CCTV footage or an information from computer, you retrieve an information which is real evidence and it's a fact. But they can just easily deny by saying that this is not admissible at the court of law, because they don't understand if this one is exactly the real and substantial evidence at the court of law. They don't understand. Or they can easily say that because they know that if you go along at hearing, you will actually win the case, and they will be outshined. So in this way, in this instance, they can easily say that no, this is not admissible at the court of law, because the maybe cyber law is not accepting this type of evidence and whatever. No. So in order to address this type of gaps and weaknesses, we need to initiate another body. It can be in each country can have its own body, but internationally we can have something like Interpol, but it's very specifically dealing with cyber criminal, because these people, for example, when I was working with banks, I came to realize there was foreigners who came in Tanzania and started to train criminals in Tanzania. They train criminals in Tanzania on how they can retrieve money from ATMs. They do this with so-called the ATM scheming. Have you heard of ATM scheming?
I'm sure we have a semblance of that everywhere now. Yeah, possibly. Yes.
Yeah, that they clone your card. They clone the card. If you go to use the ATM, you insert your card at the ATM card slot. It's where they put that material so that it can retrieve your information, and they go back to clone your card. So if they clone your card, they will start taking your money without your knowledge.
Yes.
So
yes.
They came from abroad, they came to Tanzania and started teaching criminals in Tanzania so that they can collaborate to they can collaborate to defraud the bank. They can collaborate to defraud our people. So how do we now, for example, arrest these people? If they move away from Tanzania, how can you arrest them if you don't have an international body that can address such a problem? You get a point. Now, I came to realize that if we need to seriously to address a problem, we have to initiate a body that contain professionals, contain computer scientists and these programmers, network engineers, database engineers. All of them comes together so that they can at least form up a body that will have all the impact to cyber criminals, detecting how to detect. We can detect it using these our people, our professionals within the body. That, as previously said, that we have to comprise lawyers, we have to comprise even the government people so that they understand what is going on. So this one will address automatically all the cases on cyber. Even if it's international, we can address the problem of international cyber crime. If it's local, then you can address it internally. That's how I wanted to add in that point. And not only that, sometimes back also I heard some people saying that some of the cyber criminals, they can sit even far away from Africa, maybe Far East or wherever, in any country apart from Africa, and they can do something, but they collude with our people internally so that they can actually succeed in their criminal activities. You see, so how can we arrest such people who are sitting just far away from Africa, and just these people are sabotaging our organizations, our banks, and whatever, and they are taking money away from Africa. So we need to have a body that will comprise professionals and these technicians. At least they come together and see how we can detect these frauds, how we can detect cyber criminals. And I always insist on real-time detection. Why I'm saying that? Because if you detect after some few minutes later in a cyberspace, is a very late process. You have to detect there and there on, in the point, on the dot, you have to detect it so that you can prevent, you can know how to address the problem. But if you detect it later, it's too late. In cyberspace, 2 minutes is a long time. 2 minutes is just a long time. So in a 2 minutes, a person can transfer billions of money from Africa to abroad countries. That's what I wanted to say first.
Thank you so much. That was very, very detailed. Thank you very much. Real-time detection is very key. Basically, we need to be a step ahead of these criminals because trust me, they don't sleep. They are always there. They are always innovating. So we also need to be as innovative, if I'm more innovative than they are. Apparently, I totally agree with you. The essence of in having a body, an international body. I mean, at least let's even look at it from Africa for a start. Where if African countries can come together, have that body that regulates, this extensively, a network of professionals, people who know their stuff and know what they need to do to ensure that these issues are taken care of. Thank you so much for that, Ayuba. I noticed you also more like combined some of the points that Olumide and Babatunde made earlier on. So a quick question on the chat here for you, Olumide and Babatunde. Actually, I think Ayuba was off the board. Of course, anyone. And because of our time now, I want us to keep our responses very, very short. If you can do it in a minute or two or thereabouts, because we still have a few other areas to touch on. And of course, we still want to take questions too. And please, if you have any questions, among our attendees, please feel free, you could drop it in the comment section, in the chat section. I'll take this question from Bidemi Olumide very quickly. It says here, thanks again, Babatunde and Olumide. Speaking Nigeria, please share, if any experiences you may have had with any of the cybercrime advisory councils, that's NG-CERT, Nigeria's Computer Emergency Response Team. That's, if you've had any experiences with them, that's with the Nigeria Computer Emergency Response Team from a preventive point of view, and the Nigeria Cybersecurity Fund from a restorative justice point of view. I don't know if that question is clear there. Olumide, if any of you can actually take it, but I think I want to go with Olumide first there on that question.
I have not had any experience, so it's very easy for me to say no.
No experience whatsoever.
No.
Interesting. Yeah, even some of these names that I'm sure a lot of people are even saying.
Well, Bidemi, well, I don't know, but we've not heard. I haven't heard anything about them. I have not. Maybe about today, government can say, but even if they have done something, maybe it's not so publicized. But I've not even seen anything or heard anything. All I've just seen about this Cybercrime Act, as far as I am concerned, is it's a tool, and that's why we're in government. It's focused at being used rather than, okay, there's a provision in the Cybercrime Act that provides for compensation. I think we are going to speak to that.
Yes,
but
next question.
How many people have actually gotten compensation under the Cybercrime Act? How many civil suits? I mean, it's geared towards crime. Not even protection of the user, not even so much user-friendly as we speak. But I mean, I defer to the Babatunde, maybe he has something to say. I have not heard anything about whatever they've done or how they have advanced the ecosystem, the cybersecurity or ecosystem. I have not seen. I mean, because one would wonder that if they are so active, the data protection bill that is been discussed recently, one would have expected it to have spoken at least a bit to the existence of some of these organizations and what they have done. But I have not seen, anyways. Maybe Babatunde can help.
All right, thank you very much for that. Over to you, Babatunde, please. Oh, I'm trying to see, is Babatunde still here?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you as well. Nice to have you back.
From our side, it is emergency response teams. We all like there, of course, when you talk about their operations, is public, because majorly you don't criminals, you don't want to alert potential criminals, as the case may be. But it's important to know statistics the other time as EFCC was able to do within 2021, they had about 921. They had about, and 80% of these were, again, NIPS, Nigeria Interbank Settlement System.
Yeah.
Fraudsters, we had about 46,126. 41,000 amongst these were successful.
Mm.
The vulnerability is big out there.
Mm.
Government agencies do. Presently, there is what we call the information system, or PIS, I think. Information on crime. And to maintain this, to maintain these things, that if we look at the problem that we have in the challenges here comes up again, then if as under the Office of the National Security Advisor and departments that deal specifically, makes it a lot easier. And what we can now finance, how to fund, how to train, how to of our own system, partners all over the world. I copy the other time. It's due to the collaboration of the enforcement agencies, the US, and all that. So maybe too difficult, or maybe may prove, challenging. Some cyber criminals are somewhere in Iceland or in remote places carrying out this attack because they and then it's difficult. So those that you could easily bring to justice are the ones that maybe operate even in their house or go to the terrain where they deal with, and then our system than those. But those there are certain that even no matter how advanced you are, you may not even be able to get to where they are. They read big time criminals, and of course they know how to mask areas of operations. But it comes down, as I said, to train our own people, create the awareness on not to compromise. But that, of course, we have cooperation that given a lot has been achieved, but we desire.
All right, thank you very much for that, Babatunde. Okay, although I would also just maybe want to add there that I think it's also important that these agencies begin to also tell their stories, because the fact that Olumide has not had any encounter, and I know when you talk about someone who is always on, I mean, when I dare to say Olumide Babalola is one of our foremost data protection lawyers in Nigeria currently, and if he has not had any experience with these guys yet, or he has not had any encounter, I mean, then it shows that maybe they need to tell their stories a bit more. Personally, I mean, until I saw this question, I'm not even sure that name, the Nigerian Computer Emergency Response Team or the Cybercrime Advisory Council will have even jumped into my mind at any point in time. So I think it's important that as much as you say they've done a lot, they should begin to also tell their stories. They should also let us know what exactly they are doing. Let's know they exist. If maybe more funds need to be pushed in towards getting them out there so they can also, do some publicity or something else. I don't want to believe they are shadow agencies, or would you say they are?
Oh, not exactly. We live in, and there is actually the effort on just telling people, because by the time they do that, they say, talking about this, except to create awareness
Yes, that's where I was coming from. The awareness point. So
that,
people
that
know.
is,
Yeah.
Questions or the remaining part of the questions we go around
This. All right.
And what could be done.
Mm.
Did agencies such as ours, the Department of State Security, for instance, because by their operation, people call, they don't even want to really talk. CIA or deny what, that is just this is in the cyberspace, really. Keep the information as it was, some information under wraps, as it were, but they use other agencies such as the Ministry of Information and other agencies, as it were, to push the message across. Law enforcement agencies really is not the best practice. Talking and talking.
All right. So it should be more of the barking and the biting, not just barking. They need to assist. And do. Thank you so much for that, Babatunde. Thank you. All right, that takes us to the, let's quickly go into the third question. And like I said earlier on, let's try and make our responses quite very, very summarized. I might have to jump in at any point if I feel you're taking too much time. Okay, let's look at, although Lumide mentioned a bit of this, but I'll still throw it open anyway. Say, the question here says, how effective are the currently available remedies for victims of financial crime who have suffered from online abuse or fraud? What are their data protection requirements, as well as the ability to enforce their rights vis-a-vis third service providers? So basically now, yes, there's a framework. Now we understand that, okay, when you breach this, this is the penalty for it. How effective are this? For the victims, because most of the time we only hear that, okay, fine, this was done, we arrested this, we arrested that, this person, but what about the victims? What's the compensation plan? What has actually, do we have evidence of, maybe very visible empirical evidence of those who have actually benefited from some of this, who have been victims rather, and who have been compensated for this? What are the currently available remedies and how effective are they? So I think I'll start with you there. Ayub, you could give us a Tanzanian experience, and of course, we generalize to Africa before we come to Olumide, then we take Babatunde as well. Let's please keep our response to 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Ayub, over to you, please.
All right. Actually, in Tanzania, from my experience, as I said previously, that most of the cases that have been taken at the court of law are those cases that people posted unwanted material into these social medias. But to this point in time, I haven't heard that there is maybe a criminal who has been taken to the court of law, has transferred a lot of money from one account to another, or has supported a certain system of a certain organization. Not yet. But although I have not heard that, it's not the fact that there is no people who are being affected. No. In Tanzania, most of the people, especially individuals, are affected by this cybercrime through mobile phones users, affected especially in mobile phone transactions. Most of them are affected there. And no one has been even, for example, if you lost at least one USD from your mobile phone, no one compensate you. Even the service provider themselves, they will never compensate you, because they will ask you for evidences while themselves are the owner of the evidence. How can you enforce the complaint? How can the complainant enforce the service provider to produce the evidence while the owner of the evidence is the service provider, and the one who is required to compensate maybe is a service provider? automatically they will deny to give you the evidence because they know that if they give you the evidence, you'll go to the court of law and you will also demand the compensation. So that's how it happened. And there is no law in that you can compel them to give out the evidence. There is no way. So most of the people are the victims of cybercrime, but they don't get compensated. That's why I also insist on how we can use the technology to detect. If we detect early, then we can know if this board come into effect, then it will be easier for the board to stand on the part of complainant and compel the service provider to give out the evidence so that the complainant can be compensated. That's how the first point I wanted to explain. And second one, most of the people think that if they have been defrauded using technology, they know that they have nowhere to go. So they need to get at least awareness. There is a need of our governments to go and broadcast, sometimes explain to the televisions and the radios that you guys, to give them awareness that you guys, you have got a right to demand compensation of your transaction wherever you have been defrauded. But in our government, I think maybe they are working on it because I'm not part of the government. I cannot know the status of the process. Maybe they are working on it, but currently I don't have any evidence that show that our government have compensated someone or service providers has compensated someone who has been defrauded through cybercrime. So we have to discuss on how now we can initiate effort to at least our government to identify that these people are being hurt by these small transactions. That's why, as I said previously, that our internal affairs minister came out and said 1 million USD is almost lost every day.
So, can you wrap up now so we can have Mr. Olumide?
Sorry?
I said, can you quickly wrap up because of our time so we can keep it? You've overshot your time already.
Yeah.
Just conclude in 30 seconds.
1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. That's why I'm saying that we need at least to have a body that will compel these people to enact another law that the service provider should compensate the people, especially their customers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that, sir. Thank you very much, Ayub. Okay, let me not react to that now because of our time again. Let me have you, please, Mr. Babalola.
Okay, so sections 38 and 49, I think, of the Cybercrime Act speaks to compensation, that victims should be compensated and service providers to have obligations. But again, because maybe stakeholders have not really used that law as much as lawyers would have used it if it has not been so drafted in such a way that it makes it look just like a criminal legislation. So I'm not sure many civil suits have used the law itself for, I have not seen, maybe a few, but and also compensation. I don't know how many people have been compensated under this. Rather, the people who have been charged to court for cybercrime have only either been sent to prison or asked to pay fine to the government now, not really restitution to those people who have been defrauded from it. So I think we need to do more, just like I said, on compensation, that is, and also even service providers. How many of them, as we speak, how many of them have been charged? The service providers, how many of them? Maybe the next question I would approach what I was going to say about dictating specific obligations. Because of our time, I think I should just quickly mention that, because I feel that if these laws are really going to make sense, if they are really going to deliver what users would expect, they should make specific obligations that service providers must comply with. For example, you can't just use the blanket term of safety precautions or safety mechanisms or security. I mean, so what are the things under that data security that they must do? The same thing with CBN regulations. They would say banks must ensure data security of customers. What does that mean? In other jurisdictions, organizations have been fined because of defective privacy policies. Defective, they have, but they are defective. We have to take a federal government agency to court because they are asking people to supply their data without a privacy policy. And we got judgment against them, but that's a federal government agency. What about even all the service providers? Apart from the blanket, apart from the general names, what are the specific obligations so that we can take them to task and say, this is what the law says you must put in place? A lot of bank fraud. A lady some days ago was shouting on social media that about 6 million was taken away from our accounts. And we're not looking at it from the point of, okay, what obligations, how secure are these bank platforms? Did they actually, are there boxes to be ticked with respect to security? Thank you very much. I don't want to take much of our time.
Thank you so much for that. So thank you so much. Babatunde, are you there, please? Let's have you.
Yeah,
quickly.
thank you very much. Section 49 of the Cybercrime Act, I guess, talks more about the need for compensation, and it is the victim. That is I mean, the corporate. That is the essence of restorative justice. I think maybe I should use the paradigm of intervention in the question asked by Bidemi earlier to address this issue. In terms of compensation, in terms of restorative justice, of course, the court is encouraged or is enjoined under the law to ask for restoration, to ask for restitution, provide that as the case may be. So when we talk about compensation, it is not the government that goes to compensate a victim. That would go against the principle of how do we put this one? Where the same reason exists, the same law prevails, and offense similar, the judgment is similar. In effect, if government, it has not been a practice of government to provide anytime there is an injury against a citizen by another citizen, it is government that goes ahead to compensate. But what we are advocating again is the need for cyber insurance at this stage. This is an area of regulatory intervention that we could consider, that people who engage, who go online due to vulnerabilities and risks, we can use this medium of insurance to take care of them, to ensure that they are restored to their position. So basically, that is what I can say in terms of compensation, in terms of restorative justice, in terms of even prevention. And just like Mr. Olumide Babalola earlier mentioned, there was a case of the federal government. They relied on the NDPR, of course. There is no other provision of law that talks about the need for privacy policy, and it is only the NDPR. And to that extent, the courts went further, and that is why we are saying that, look, what we need are good people. We need good judges to be able to advance, even though the issue of privacy policy, and you don't have that in the Constitution, but the court was able to rely on the provision of the NDPR that at this stage, the Constitution says there must be protection of privacy. Then the standard of care required of you in protection of that privacy is for you to have a DPO and you have a privacy policy. And again, if that privacy policy in itself is defective, mind you, these are regulatory instruments at the level, at the level of organizations. Organizations are expected to take technical and organizational measures. Let's put it that way. Technical and organizational measures to prevent a crime. And at any time you are confronted with an act that you didn't advert to, and you ought reasonably to advert to, the court comes in and says, look, or your counterparts in the industry, look at what they are doing to protect customers. They are using ISO standard 27,000, 27,001 and all that. And you seem just to be too negligent about your own practice. And to that stage, attaining that standard, that industry standard, becomes the threshold of responsibility that the court will be looking at, because the law, the regulation has provided. The court will remind the regulation will not talk about any ISO or any particular standard. We always legislate for the highest possible standard that is relative to the data or to the security of to the responsibility imposed on you. So to that extent, the court goes ahead and says, look, you just have to be like this. You have to be like your counterpart. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. Just so as we round up, I'll just wrap this. I'll put this question. It's actually two. I'll put it in one. Then I'll just take 1 minute responses. Please let's keep it. I know it's very difficult. There's a lot to say, but let's see if you can keep it. And if you have any questions again from the participants, please I think we can take one question each from everyone. We have roughly 7 minutes to go now. Okay, so together, if you don't all need to answer this. Anyone who thinks okay, let me talk about this, and if you feel the person has mentioned it already, you might not necessarily have to jump on that again. So basically, we're looking at it from the angle of alternative dispute resolution systems or private risk management techniques. How do we deploy this basically to combat financially motivated cybercrime? And finally, in the areas of e-commerce, right now, we've come to it, especially in the African market now, e-commerce has basically come to stay, but a lot of acts, a lot of digital fraud. Let me use the words of Mr. Ayub. A lot of digital fraud goes on in the process in area of e-commerce. And so what are the most suitable regulatory approaches to deal with this, to deal with financially motivated cybercrime? When we consider the technological developments in e-commerce, and of course, what's our take on alternative dispute resolution systems or private risk management techniques in dealing with financially motivated cybercrime? So anyone could go.
Let me quickly come in on that.
Well, that's
crime. When we talk about crime is usually against the state. The victim usually is the nominal complainant in things like this. But the important thing is that there is no principle of law that allows you really to engage in ADR when crime is involved. The best you could achieve is probably a plea bargain that, let's lessen the crime, but to begin to bring in the civil procedure of ADR, that proves challenging. So, but in effect, when you talk about restorative justice, that is another leg of criminal prosecution. If somebody is ready to pay for his crime, or the state or the ADR is a plea bargain, then there is a victim that needs to be compensated. That comes under a civil process. That is where you could now have the ADR process properly to say, probably you are instead of relitigating, or instead of determining you are entitled to 500 million naira, then it can come down to something through ADR and see other reliefs that you could obtain in that process. Basically, that is what you could get in times of cyber crime. If it's a crime, then definitely the law takes its course as laid down. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you very much. I'll just attend to this question quickly from Buki O. Cybersecurity is not government priority in these parts. Where there is priority, it follows with 1, adequate budget for expertise and technical implementation, 2, regulatory policies and frameworks, and 3, enforcement and clampdown. Other than that, we continue this rigmarole. We keep the conversations going. Hopefully, decentralization will allow autonomous processes prevail in terms of cybersecurity. Okay, that was a comment from Buki O, and I think that was spot on. I don't know if we want to react to that very quickly. Maybe I should read one more time again for the hearing of everyone.
No, don't worry,
okay.
because sorry,
it's right in the chat. No. Yes.
Because of time, we could read it. Now, agency coming up, for instance, from Nigeria's point of view, coming up with an agency such as the Nigeria Data Protection Bureau, and of course, going ahead to have a principal act in this area demonstrates the commitment of government to data protection, to cybersecurity as well. And if you look continent-wide, you have the Malabo Convention, which also speaks to cybersecurity and protection of personal data. You look at within the ECOWAS region, you have the ECOWAS Supplementary Act on data protection, and also you have initiatives and protocols on cybersecurity as well. Of course, it may not be, I can see my colleague really, but these measures, if you are on the other, when you are looking at a glass of water, it can be half empty or half filled. It depends on the way you are looking at it. But we must recognize our jurisdiction. We must recognize where we are coming from. We must recognize the fact that this is a developmental stage for us, and that we need everybody, not just the government or the officials of state, as it were, to come up with initiatives of this. Mr. Babala has been to court on so many of these issues, and that is an effort of a private citizen. And then to the extent that he gets relief also from the third arm of government, it shows how accountable, at least how willing the government is, from our own points of view, to come to the table and also engage with citizens on the issue of cybersecurity. And if you also look at the issue as well, there is a new policy on data protection framework. This is to develop a co-jurisdictional framework on data protection. And I have also mentioned earlier the issue of West Africa Police Information System, WAPIS. All these are initiatives, but of course, funding, education, ASU wants money, everybody wants money here and there. And then there is a very little you could do in terms of fiscal responsibility or fiscal, taxation and all that. So these are the conversations that we can continue to have, but it may not, we risk inexactitude actually to say that government hasn't really, it's not a priority. It is indeed a priority, and that is why we are even engaging in this conversation this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maybe this will be my last intervention on this.
Just give your closing remarks as well.
Yes, you know, I will respond. Now, you have mentioned Malabo Convention, you have mentioned the ECOWAS Supplementary Act. I think you should take it to the government. I think it's the point we need to be frank with ourselves, even if we don't like ourselves. Dr. Vincent has spoken about Malabo. He spoke about Malabo Convention. Till today, Nigeria has not ratified it. Till today, Nigeria has not signed it. Malabo Convention is not applicable in this country. Worst case, ECOWAS Supplementary Act. We have taken the federal government to court, to the ECOWAS court, on this Supplementary Act. It was signed in Abuja. It was done in Abuja. The government has not ratified it since 2010. The Malabo Convention is 2014. We have not done anything. We should tell ourselves the truth. We should be able to look at ourselves in the eyeball and tell ourselves the truth. I have been to Dr. Vincent's office. I will still tell you if I see him again face to face. It's the truth we need to take to government. Now, you talk about the Cyber Crime Act. That act is of 2015. 2015, 7 years ago. The world has changed and keeps changing. We can't tell ourselves the government is doing. What is the government doing in cybersecurity? I've seen my colleagues write about cybersecurity. The only thing they will cite is Cyber Crime Act. And some of that little unenforceable or weak. We need to do more. I'll keep, and every forum we find ourselves, I would always tell you the truth. We are not doing more. We are not doing what we should be doing. Even data protection, what are we doing? The NDPR that we keep banding, if we get to court, they water it down for us. We know what we are facing, but we need to do more. That is all I'm going to end with. I appreciate the effort you're making, but please, let's not sit down and say, well, let's not be complacent. We have done as much. Protection Act. Namibia, Togo has, Ghana has. Nigeria, we're not doing enough. We need to tell ourselves the truth. Thank you very much again for the invitation. I'm signing out because I have another engagement. Thank you
so
very much.
Thank you, Mr. Babalola. It's been great having you. All right, let's have you, Mr. Let's give Ayub. Let Ayub give us the last and the closing points there. React to the conversation and then you close out.
Actually, what I'm thinking, the cybersecurity law in Tanzania is like not working as what we expected, but I think the implementation still some more improvement so that we can work on it and see how it can become effective later. From this one, and I have the experience of South Africa and some countries that I visited. I think more effort is also required here because it's like each country is doing on its own. Their effort is basing on their own country. So there is no collaboration and no one is able to say that, okay, you guys, let's organize and come together so that we can find together, we can fight together this cyber crime. These are my words that if we need real to fight against the cyber crime, we have to come together, and this will address all the gaps because everyone will actually raise his own weakness and how we can address the weakness, and collaboratively we can give out our ideas and our points on how to address those weaknesses. Those are my words.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Ayub Katuga. On that note, we'll be closing. Okay, let me allow Mr. Babatunde to give. I would say, do you want to give us any last words in about 20 seconds? You want to close out, or should we just proceed?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I want to thank the organizers very much, and what you have done speaks to the fact that we have, organizations that mean well and that are interested in what government is doing and what we as a nation and as a people and as a continent, what we are doing in terms of advancing data security within the continent and being able to compete with all our, other foreign jurisdictions across the world. We appreciate all of this. And we look forward always to working with you, to listening to you, and to improving on a system where we see clear and cogent reasons to do that. And I want you all also to bear with us, whatever, because of the constraints of the time. But I believe that the fact that we have a national commissioner, a top-ranking official of government who was able to appear here this morning, and also my humble self being able to sit out on the part of government for all this also demonstrates our willingness to work with you and to show that government really is keen on moving this forward and to operationalizing it as best as we could. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Babatunde Bamigboye, for that. On that note, we'll come to the end of this panel session. We've overshot our time a little. I'll just conclude on this point now. We've been looking at the topic, contemporary regulatory tools and strategies for deterring financially motivated cybercrime. I had on the panel session, Mr. Olumide Babalola, I had Mr. Babatunde Bamigboye, and I also had Mr. Ayub Katuga. We've been able to explore different areas of this topic. And of course, please stay tuned. This is just the first panel session. This was brought to you by Tax Aid Technologies Limited, Tax Aid Professional Services, 21 Search Limited, and of course, AO2 Law, and finally, CCB. We thank you for all our organizers. We thank you for the opportunity to have this very detailed discussion. It continues in the next panel session. My name is Olubenga Shile. Thank you very much. Bye for now. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Shile. Thank you for moderating this wonderful session. Thank you to the speakers as well. Very enlightening. Thank you to the attendees for being here. And at this point, I would like to take a 20-minute break, and we will be back to continue with the second session. So please go to your, your 20 minutes break, do whatever you want, and do come back. I implore you to leave, your sign-in, to leave it signed in so you don't forget, and we'll kick off in the next 20 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. So because the first session ate into our time a bit, we'll go on a break for just the next 10 minutes, and we'll kick off with the second session at 11:50 a.m. So we have 10 minutes more for our break. After that, we would resume with the session. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the conference. Just giving everyone a few seconds to settle in while we commence with the second session. As everyone is settling back in, we would be kicking off with the second panel session on cybercrime and the Africa economy, incidents and impacts. This session will be moderated by Salim Sayaya, and I would be introducing Salim. Salim is a technology strategist and business analyst with hands-on experience in design and delivery of high-performance information communication technology solutions, addressing complex business problems. He is competent and experienced in ICT, strategic planning, operations management, project management, process improvement, organizational re-engineering, and change management with excellent track record. He is a first-class BSc, he has a first-class BSc rather, in computer science and IT, and a master's in information systems management from the prestigious University of Sheffield, United Kingdom. Salim has attended several courses both locally and internationally. He is a fellow of Institute of Management Consultants, a member of the Nigerian Computer Society, to mention a few. He has over a decade experience and has advised and implemented numerous IT systems and solutions in financial services, energy sector, aviation sector, and health systems within Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please I welcome Salim Sayaya, who will be kicking off with the second session now. Mr. Sayaya, the floor is yours, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, you're very audible, sir. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, the host, for this wonderful opportunity. The topic I'm to moderate is cybercrime and African economy, incidents and impacts. The panelists include a vast number of experts in this area. I have Mr. Yemi Adeniran. I also have Mr. Oyeyemi Oke. I have Melody Masuni, and I have Sizwe Lindelo. So I'm going to just give a brief introduction for all. Yemi Adeniran is the managing partner for Digital Hub, a cyber security and privacy startup in the UK and Nigeria. Yemi has over 25 years experience in cybersecurity, platforms and ecosystems, privacy, governance, risk and compliance. He is an ISO, PCI DSS, SOC 2, GDPR, NDPR. His international experience cut across industries such as e-commerce, renewable energy, health, banking and finance, technology, and telecoms. He holds a double master's in business administration and cybersecurity and master's in cybersecurity from the UK. He is certified from IAPP in data protection and privacy, BSI ISO 27001, ISMS lead auditor, ISMS lead implementer, and many more. He's a member of International Association of Privacy Professionals, Information System Audit Control Association, ISACA, British Computer Society, and Institute of Risk Management. Yemi is on the UK Government Advisory for Startups and site on several fintech and agro-tech boards. His African exposure includes several World Bank projects for Nigeria. Welcome, Mr. Yemi. The second panelist is Oyeyemi Oke. Oyeyemi holds an EU GDPR certification and advises clients on compliance with NDPR, OME has advised a variety of clients on data protection in Nigeria and has been involved in over 50 data protection audits for clients in various sectors like financial services, fast-moving consumer goods, information technology companies, and professional services. OME has a Master's of Law in Commercial Law from University of KwaZulu-Natal, Durban, South Africa. He is a partner and executive director of Tax Aid Group. Welcome, Mr. Oke. The third person is Melody Mosuni. Melody is a senior expert data protection at the South African Development Community, SADC Secretariat, where she is assisting the SADC Secretariat to implement its data protection policies, processes, and procedures. Previously, she worked as a senior legal consultant at Fukuje Piers Masipela Attorneys, where she specializes in cybersecurity, data privacy, and ICT law in general. She teaches a module in certificate in cybersecurity professional practice and leadership at University of Witwatersrand Link Center. She is a founding member of Cybersecurity Digital Alliance and a fellow at the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Digital Policy. Welcome, Mrs. Melody. Sizwe Lindelo. This is the last person in the panel. Sizwe Lindelo Snell Kamutse holds a baccalaureate legium LLB from University of Pretoria, Magistra Legium, and is a practicing attorney with the law firm Snell Attorney at the Law and International Coordinator of African Center for Cyber Law and Crime Prevention based in Kampala, Uganda. He is the author of various articles on cyber law in journals both locally and international, and has given ad hoc lectures for LSSA, ACFE, University of Johannesburg, Fort Hare University, and University of Pretoria, and comments on cyber law in various South African newspapers and radio talk shows. He is also a co-editor and author of third edition of Cyber Law at South Africa. Sizwe Snell K.A. Motido was a member of ICT Review Panel of Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services, serving as the chair of e-commerce community. Digital Society is renamed now, with the panel subcommittee. Sizwe Snell Kebo also currently serve on the National Cybersecurity Advisory Council of the DPTS. He is also currently serving as Deputy Chair of LSSA E-Law Committee 2013 to date. He is also a trainee educator of SAIIPL Domain Disputes. He is also a co-founding member of Annual Cyber Law Conference and the annual Lex Informatica 2008 to 2015. Snail is also WASPA Educator 2008 to date and research fellow in the field of cyber law with the University of Fort Hare since 2014. Welcome on, Mr. Sizwe. So as as the topic reads, and it's more of an African perspective of cyber crime and how it affects the African economy. Recent survey has probably proven that a lot of cyber crimes and a lot of cyber infringements are currently happening, even due to the COVID-19 that has changed a lot of things. Mostly physical presence has become less. It's more of an online presence right now, and it has been African countries have also been affected by cybercrime. The most affected countries have been Nigeria and South Africa, with both losing billions of dollars to hackers every year. On that, my first talking point will go on Mr. OK. What do you think of the concept? What do you think of the concept of cybercrime, and how does it affect the African economy? Mr. Oyeyemi OK can attend to this.
Okay, thank you, Salim, and good afternoon to everybody. So in terms of the concept of cybercrime, I listened intently to the first panel, and if we look at what seemed to be a consensus at that panel, it seemed to be that cybercrime and perhaps digital fraud and things around electronic fraud, as it were, would be punched up within the same sphere. But I would rather just want to simplify it, right, to say cybercrime is a crime that takes place in the cyberspace, that is online, and the device which is now used, as far as I'm concerned, is immaterial. So whether you use a phone, whether you use a computer or whatever device that is being used, to the extent that the crime was committed in the cyber, I would assume, or I would say that would qualify as the cyber crime. But if we look at the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime definition, it defines cybercrime as an act that violates the law, which is perpetrated using information and communications technology to either target networks, systems, data, websites, and or technology to facilitate crime. So, as I have said, cybercrime would be any type of act or any type of illegal act that happens in the cyberspace. If we take it home here to Nigeria, there is no, I mean, the Nigerian Cyber Crimes Prohibition Prevention Act of 2015 is merely descriptive rather than definitive as to what will constitute cyber crimes. And it says that cybercrime will include unlawful access to computers, system interference, tampering with critical infrastructure, misdirection of electronic messages. So this would mean that when we speak about cybercrime, we will be speaking about things that include crimes that would affect a network or devices, or crimes that would also include the use of devices to participate in a criminal activity. What are the impacts of cybercrime in the African region? In the last 1 year, we would see that millions of dollars has actually been lost from cybercrime activities, and I will give about 3 or 4 examples. In Central Africa, Cameroon, there was a report in 2021 that, by the National Agency for Information and Communications Technology in Cameroon, that about 12.2 billion francs has been lost to cybercrime. And one particular incident accounted for about half of that, whereby you have about 6 billion franc lost by a bank to fraudsters through illegal wiring of people's funds by perpetrators of the crime. And this is an example. Another example is in Southern Africa. In early this year, a criminal third party got access to a TransUnion South African server through the misuse of an unauthorized client's credentials. And this led to the access of about 54 million personal records of South Africans, and about $15 million was demanded as ransom for the compromised data. In Uganda, hackers were able to use about 2,000 mobile SIM cards to gain access to systems, and about $3.2 million was stolen. If we come back home, when I say home now, I mean my home country, Nigeria. The Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation has disclosed that banks have lost over 100 billion naira in 2020 alone, as it relates to cybercrime events. So essentially, the impact is not only concentrated to certain parts of Africa. As we have seen, we've seen different examples ranging from southern, western, and even East and Central Africa. So we as a region, we are not immune to the impact of cybercrime. Again, as the moderator has remarked in the in his opening comments, perhaps maybe the advent of remote work in the last 2 years may have also led to or engendered a spike in cybercrime. But one thing we should bear in mind is that cybercrime, just like any other physical crime, has long-lasting impact, long-lasting implications, right? Both mentally, physically, and also financially. I guess maybe as we go on during the session, we will look at some of these things. But those are my opening remarks, Salim. Thank you.
Thank you very much, okay, for the wonderful response. Now, cybercrime has occurred in both small businesses and large businesses across the globe. Now, from Mr. Yemi Adeniran, I don't know, what are the main areas where African business are vulnerable to cybercrime attack? Now, be it a small business, be it a big business, there has been one way or the other attacked, because like for we in Nigeria, a lot of attacks go through your mobile phones. They send you a number, you respond to that number, and before you know it, your account has been debited, or be it an individual or a small business. Corporate organizations, just like Mr. Oke mentioned, in terms of banks and other big organizations, have been hit by huge cyber attacks. So from your perspective, based in UK and Nigeria as well, what are the main areas where African businesses are vulnerable to cybercrime attacks? Hello, Mr. Yemi Adeniran.
Hi, Salim. I don't think Yemi Adeniran is logged in here or logged on here, so perhaps we can move forward.
Okay, we can move to Mr. Sizwe Lindelo, if you can have a response to that.
Hi there. I didn't get that question 100% as it wasn't directed to me. Can you repeat that question again, please?
Okay. Well, the question is, cybercrime has been affected or has been affecting both large businesses and small businesses, one way or the other. Some individuals have been attacked, some corporate organizations have been attacked. Now, what are the main areas where African businesses are vulnerable to cybercrime attack?
Okay, I'm able to answer that one actually quite well. The previous speaker spoke about the TransUnion hack. In fact, the second TransUnion hack that happened in South Africa in terms of data breaches. When the first hack happened, I was still a data commissioner at the information regulator. And I think the trend that we see is that information security as a whole and data protection as a whole are not culture in organizations, be it small business, be it big business. Yes, you have the financial sector, you have the insurance sector, you have these critical sectors that can't not do without data protection or sufficient ICT security. But you get other sectors such as the professional services sector, where some of the people feel that spending money on data protection or spending money on cybersecurity preventative measures is a waste of money. So unfortunately, you do see more small business being affected by cyber criminality rather than big business. Big business, more prudent, more in line with the international standards of data protection, as well as information.
Hello.
Hi,
Yes,
guys. Good morning. This is Yemi here. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Welcome on board.
Yes, apologies for the slight delay. That was due to technical glitch, but I'm here and ready to contribute to the wonderful conversation.
Okay, you're welcome. I think we missed Professor Sizwe a bit in the last comment. I'm not sure if he can probably have a repeat of that.
I was basically saying that information security, data protection within smaller organizations, in African businesses, even public institutions, I think is something that has been put on the back burner. The larger institutions, international institutions, due to pressure in terms of complying with international best practice, such as the GDPR and other security legislation that we might get in the EU or in the US or in Asian countries, they are more likely to be compliant. Therefore, they are less affected by cybercrime incidents. However, cybercrime incidents affects everyone, right? But as I say, smaller businesses, I think, are more affected by it due to the fact that they are more relaxed when it comes to these preventative measures that I've mentioned, data protection, better ICT security, better risk assessment, and the likes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Welcome on, Mr. Yemi, and thanks you have been able to resolve the technical issue. Now, this one goes to you as well, and it's basically on on how do you think cybercrime could be combated in Africa? I can see you've worked in the UK, you're still in African economy, so you have a diverse kind of experience with the implementation of probably things like ISMS and other ISO 27001. I believe you might have one or two hands-on experience in terms of the implementation of policies regarding cybercrime. So how do you think cybercrime could be combated in Africa as a whole?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. From my standpoint, I think to answer your question, leadership and culture is the number one reason I'll put forward. There has to be leadership commitment that will be pushed from top down. and the culture of the organization has to change. Gone are the days where our thinking is purely to install antivirus software onto endpoints and believe that will be the mitigation for the cybersecurity risks. Things have evolved, the threat landscape have changed. The cyber actors have also evolved over the years. So in terms of actually looking for a way to combat cybercrime, totally in Africa, we need to ensure that leadership and culture is kind of the mindset have to change from the top. Our cyber risk management also have to change. Also the policies and standards. I've done a lot of ISO 27001 certification for a number of companies in Africa. And one of the weaknesses they have is poor documentations. Some have a single page information security policies. Some don't even have any at all. So if we want to change the paradigm from kind of reactive to proactive approach, we need to also looking at training and awareness of the organization. Those are the insider threats. You know, what do we do in the event that we have an issue internally? If I receive an email as an employee that I suspect is a scam, what do I react? So we need to look at awareness and training. We also need to look at operational resilience. A lot of the organizations have zero or very weak operational resilience from a cyber incident response and recovery standpoint, because nowadays hackers are executing complex schemes to steal data in order to line their pockets. How do we know that we have the operational resilience in place to mitigate those risks? Also, regulatory requirements have to change. We need to move on from just writing frameworks, developing frameworks. A number of governments and organizations have strategies that have never been implemented. Nigeria, for example, went through a rather rigorous, steps of putting together a cybersecurity strategy for Nigeria between ONSA and a number of guys that were put together. Guess what? We haven't heard anything since that strategy was put together. Kenya also have a cybersecurity strategy. They are kind of a bit ahead of the curve by putting in place certain practices. Organizing hackathon to bring together folks from the corporates with the folks at the government level to put together a kind of a workshop called hackathon to try and get the best of the guys that are on ground to see who can do what. So all these we need to change our mindset. We need to focus on and move on from just documenting strategy and framework to actually the PDCA, the do. We need to start implementing those strategy. So to combat cybersecurity within Africa, government and private sector needs to come together, organize certain workshops. Hackathon is one of the popular ones. Come together and organize a lot of awareness and training. Come together and do what we call operational resilience. All this will be driven from a leadership and culture, which I mentioned earlier, because we need to ensure that the cybersecurity risk management framework that we put in place is effective. Deploying controls, it's all well and good, but those controls, if they are not effective, will just be going around in circles. So we need to also look into a concept of zero trust. Zero trust does what it says on the tin. We can't just say, you know what, we're going to put this strategy in place. Zero trust is a strategy an approach that, if implemented very well, there is a set of security principles that explicitly deny everyone from accessing the network. So we need to always authenticate authorized based on the available data points we have within the organization. We need to also look at using least privilege access. A number of organizations have admin and they have users. Their engineers log on as admin on a daily basis. That concept needs to change. And we need to assume breach. We need to assume there is a breach. And this is where the zero trust is a very good strategy, because it's an approach that underlines a set of security principles, meaning that you have to verify end-to-end users as they access the point. And we need to use analytics to get visibility. We need to drive threat detection, and we need to improve our defenses. So instead of believing everything behind the corporate firewall is safe, the zero trust model assumes breaches and verify every request. So that needs to be something we bring along. Never trust, always verify.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Yemi. That's a commanding one. And one of the key things I can drive out is awareness, because it's one of the major backfalls in terms of even simple micro attack, just like an individual, whereby somebody just sends you a number and say, okay, call this number or send your card details, and you just find out the local man doesn't even understand what has been written. All he sees is send your account details, or you get this, or you get that. And before you know it, he starts getting some debit alert, and he gets confused and kind of, so major thing I believe from the micro perspective is lack of awareness. Local people using mobile phones for other things that are vulnerable to attacks. Another key point is use of analytics and artificial intelligence at the moment, I think can also help a lot. Thank you very much. We now move to Mrs. Melody Musani. Well, this is just a question. Do you think that the government has done enough to combat cybercrime in Africa? If yes, then you have to justify that. If no, then you also justify that. Over to you, Mrs. Melody.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Salim. Just to confirm if you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, perfect. Just to apologize, there's a bit of background noise where I'm sitting. Thank you very much for inviting me to join this panel session. What I wanted to comment on, going back to what the other panelists have said, is the importance of having in place cybercrime laws. I'm sure we have a lot of our lawyers who are on the call, and you understand that we cannot talk about a crime if there is no law that actually criminalizes that conduct. There's a bit of echo. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so we can't talk about crime if there is no law in place which criminalizes certain conduct or certain activities as offenses. So I think for us to be in a position to assess whether our governments are actually doing enough to combat cybercrime, we need to make sure that we have laws in place that actually criminalizes certain activities as cybercrime. And looking at the African continent at the moment, I think we are in our early stages where governments are actually promulgating laws around cybercrime, laws around data protection, as well as cybersecurity. So once we have those laws in place, we will be able to actually criminalize or to take action against any criminal activities that may be taking place. For example, if I'm to give an example with South Africa, it's only recent that the Cybercrimes Act came into it was commenced, I think it was the 1st of December 2021. And before that, crimes around non-consensual pornography were not criminalized. So acts around non-consensual pornography were not criminalized. And now we have a framework which actually criminalizes offenses or activities around that. So that's one way of doing it. We start by having in place the laws that we need to regulate conduct that happens online. And there, just to make a comment, I think Mr. Oyeyemi had spoke about it. It's also identifying what do we mean by cybercrime. So you understand that with a lot of our legal frameworks, we don't necessarily define cybercrime. So it's a matter of if someone uses a computer or if someone uses an electronic communication network to commit a crime, we automatically assume that it's cybercrime. And that can have an effect or an impact in how we come up with laws, because you find that there are certain crimes that have traditionally existed. When you look at crimes like fraud, when you look at crimes like forgery, these were crimes that have existed way before we had internet, way before we had computers. And now they are being committed with the aid of computers, with the aid of ICTs and IoTs. So there we need to make that distinction between what we call cyber-enabled crimes and what we call true cyber crimes. So how I define a true cyber crime would be that crime which is committed either targeting an information system or an electronic communication system or a computer network, or a crime that is using a computer and an information system. But if we are to take away that technology which is in place, that crime will cease to exist. And we can give more examples when we look at ransomware attacks, for example, denial of service attacks, for example, website defacement. These are crimes that are only possible with the aid of technology or with the aid of the internet. But other crimes like fraud, they can continue to exist even if we don't have internet in place, or even if we don't have any technology in place. But technology is coming there to play a role to facilitate the extent of damage that can be caused. So going forward, I think when we are developing our cybercrime legislation or laws in Africa, we need to be very clear on that. So you see, in terms of when you look at the Cyber Crimes Act for South Africa, or even when you look at the SADC model law on cybercrime, we have specific cyber crimes that clearly defined. When you look at interception, unlawful interception of data or communication, or interference with data, or illegal access or unlawful access to data, those are typical examples of cybercrime that we can talk of. So we need to make sure when we are developing our laws, we are very clear, and our definition on these crimes, they are quite exhaustive and extensive to include any other activities which may in the future come to fruition through use of new technologies like AI. But at the moment, my comment would be our governments have not done enough to deal with cybercrime. They haven't done enough to combat cybercrime. Even when you look at the legal frameworks that we currently have in place, starting with the Malabo Convention, there is little talk or discussion around cooperation or mutual assistance at the African continent. We all know that cybercrime knows no borders. A crime can be committed against people in Nigeria by someone who is sitting in a different country on a different continent. So for us to be able or to be in a position to actually combat such crimes, it's important for us to have mutual cooperation between governments or amongst governments. But with a lot of our legal frameworks, we don't have that enabling legal framework to actually allow law enforcement agents in South Africa to cooperate with law enforcement agents in Nigeria in order to maybe investigate and successfully prosecute any cybercrime that may be taking place. So that will also have an impact on how successful our governments and our law enforcement agents are when it comes to combating cybercrime. And I think it was Yemi who spoke again on the importance of training. When we look at our police officers and when we look at our law enforcement authorities, many of them do not understand the technical aspects around the gathering of electronic evidence. They do not understand the issues around jurisdiction and whether they can access certain data or certain evidence which is accessible through a device. So because of lack of training from our police, that will also have an impact on whether we can speak of successful prosecution of cybercrime, because if evidence is illegally gathered, such a prosecution will not go on. It will not be admissible in a court of law. So it's important for us to make sure that our police officers are well trained. I know a lot of times we always say cybercrime is very sophisticated. We need to make sure that we have cybersecurity experts working with the police. That's true. But the way we define cybercrime, looking at cyber-enabled crimes, these are crimes that our law enforcement authorities have been investigating. Issues on fraud, issues on SMS fraud and bank fraud. These are crimes that they've already been investigating. So we can start there. We can start by training them on how to investigate or gather evidence around cyber-enabled or cyber-assisted crimes. And then when it comes to true cyber crimes, where we are talking about your hacking, then we can have professional experts to assist. So just my remarks would be, at the moment, we have a long way to go as Africa, and our governments have a long way to go before we can actually start seeing that impact and successful prosecution on cyber crimes and cyber-enabled crimes. Thank you, Mr. Salim.
Thank you, Mrs.
Yeah, just to Mr. Salim.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, this is Yemi here. Just to add to what Melody just articulated very clearly. I think in 2015, Tanzania enacted a cybercrime law. That law was more geared towards, stopping folks from, social media chats, WhatsApp chat and all that, talking negatively about the government. It wasn't more to do with actually defending the risk or mitigating the risk of cybercrime within Tanzania. It was more, there were bits and pieces, but it was more to sort of, stop folks from communicating effectively on social media and propagating all sort of miscommunications. So that law in Tanzania in 2015 didn't go far enough. And that was just a typical example of where African government put together a piece of law, e.g. this Tanzania cybercrime law, and it wasn't really effective. I think we need to move away from rhetorics. We need to move away into actually looking at how do we enact a cybercrime law, as Melody articulated, where there will be cooperation between various entities of government for enforcement of that law. Also, the training and awareness. We've done some work with a number of security organizations in Nigeria. And I can tell you for real that when you look at the maturity of the personnel within the organization, it's pretty low when it comes to cybersecurity effectiveness and understanding of how to mitigate cybersecurity risk. We did a work for an organization, I won't mention their name, where their main focus was actually to stop terrorists coming in from the Sahel region into Nigeria, intercepting their communication on mobile phone. But there is more to it than that, because you could intercept communication, but how do you actually stop them doing what they want? We know for today that the US have told their non-emergency staff to leave Nigeria capital, Abuja. Where did they get that information from? What is the Nigerian government doing to reassure all these foreign bodies from leaving Nigeria. They're doing very little so far. I haven't seen any evidence that our security forces, the guys in the ONSA, which is the Office of the National Security Agent, I haven't seen much in which they're doing, other than intercepting phone calls, which they're very good at. When you step out of that, then they become they're out of their comfort zone, because they could interrogate and intercept our conversation, thanks to MTN and other providers that are cooperating with them. But to actually go further than that in terms of being proactive, they're not able to do that. And that is where I think, in answer to your question, the African government are not doing enough to combat cybercrime in Africa, because they are still not, ahead of the game. They're not ahead of the curve. They're still like trailing behind the bad guys in terms of mitigating cybercrime within the nation. They are training out awareness. We send a lot of Nigerians to go and learn on courses. The Nigerian Ministry or Minister for Communication recently signed a deal with Coursera to train Nigerians. They put together a cyber hub in Abuja. But Nigeria have 36 states. So why Abuja alone? So our point needs to move away from silo mindset. We need to embrace international best practices to mitigate cyber crimes. We need to work with international agencies. Nigeria, for example, send a list of stolen passports to Paris every week or every month, so that the Interpol will have that database to interrogate you when you go through the border control, when you flew into Abuja Airport or Murtala Mohammed or the Accra Airport. They all have access to the database, but they're not moving away from that mindset. They need to step out of their comfort zone and look at how can we be proactive. They need to start working with the private guys, where a lot of the knowledge resides. I tell you for real. They need to start working with the private sector, where a lot of knowledge resides. They need to bring in folks from the diaspora who have the expertise. But they're not doing that. Kenya, for example, created a number of cybersecurity hubs within their nation. They organized hackathon. They're doing bits and pieces, but again, it's not enough. South Africa, the Times newspaper published a few years ago that South Africa as a nation is receiving over 600,000 cyber attacks on a daily basis. What have they done to mitigate and reduce those? Nothing much have been done. So the rhetoric is to talk, the rhetoric is to create strategy, organize a framework workshop. But when it comes to implementation and the enforcement of cybersecurity law, as we see in Tanzania, we're still behind in Africa. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Yemi. So for me, the take home here is there can't be a crime without a law. And we in Africa still have a long way to go. And we also need to move from the talking point to the do point, where actions are really taken. The example Mr. Yemi gave on Tanzania, where a cybercrime law might just focus on use of social media, which is what the government is actually trying to fight, instead of having a deep down tackle into the real problem and understanding where the challenges are and trying to mitigate those challenges. Now I'll move to Mr. Sizwe, Prof. Sizwe, and from the perspective of law and other functions, what are the effects of cybercrime on the African economy? Maybe not financially, maybe as OK has probably highlighted some financial losses that has been incurred by some African countries due to cybercrime. Reports from the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation has stated that billions of naira are lost in the banking sector due to cybercrime. So what other effects do cybercrime have on the African economy?
Yeah, look, cybercrime has been quite prevalent in target countries such as Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, Egypt, and the United States of Africa, South Africa. So there are a lot of, cybercrime activities that are crippling the development of ICTs. But I don't think one can go to the extent of saying that, cybercrime has affected the African economy to such an extent that it has crippled our economy. I think it has crippled progress in terms of trust and our people, our African people, using electronic devices to communicate, to do their business, to do their banking. There's a bit of a noise in the background, to do the banking and even e-governance services. So I think the incidence of cybercrime does not affect us economically as bad in Africa as I think it does in other countries. I'm not saying it doesn't at all. I mean, that would be wholly irresponsible of me. But I do think that it affects more the progress that we are doing as an African people to interconnect and to build capacity and to trust ICTs in doing our business and doing our daily life activities. I think that's the contribution I'll give to that one. Thank you, moderator.
I think the moderator is on mute right now.
I see that.
Me, guys? Yeah, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Are you there? Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof.
Can I come in, Mr. Salim, on
Yes,
that topic?
you can.
I think Prof has eloquently addressed the point very well, but let me just add a bit of, let me just put a bit of flesh on the meat right now, or meat on the bone rather. There was a report by IDC recently on Nigeria, which states that security remains a major focus for Nigerian organizations, and that around 61% of companies in Nigeria are prioritizing endpoint security solutions, as and another 41% are implementing certain solutions to try and secure their remote workforce and so on and so forth. But the indication of that, what we can pull away from that is that there is a huge effect of cybercrime on African economy. The economy is hemorrhaging right now. We have a very high unemployment rate. Cybercrime is at all-time high. There was a report, again, let me read this to you. It said that the targeting of e-commerce platforms and third-party code integrations are among the most common tactics utilized by threat actors conducting digital skimming attacks in Africa. These tactics are affirmation that threat actors are targeting supply chains and third-party service providers with high frequency and exhibiting continued interest in payment account data and personally identifiable information. What does that mean? It means that the e-commerce sector in Africa is suffering. They're huge, they're huge targets. The banking sector is also very huge. Meanwhile, the CBN is coming up with central bank digital currency. The Nigerian data protection regulator are pushing ahead with trying to enact new law. The NIMC are pushing ahead with Nigerian digital identity. The regulators are doing all these things and in some cases frustrating the fintech sector. So we have a lot of overbearing rules and regulations, in my view. And then I read the other day about the Nigerian open banking framework. and I put the piece together. Basically, you can't keep regulating all these sectors and not helping them, because cybercrime at the moment is being swept under the carpets. I know a number of organizations in Nigeria where they've experienced data breach, but rather than go out onto the internet and make the announcement or report to the regulator, they'll quickly settle on the site and make sure that nobody knows. That kind of culture has to change, because if we don't come out and say this is what is going on, we will not be able to put adequate controls in place to mitigate the risks that present to the economy. The economy, I've got a number of data I could back up to back up what I'm saying, but all is not well, is my point. All is not well. And we need to move away from just looking at what we read in the newspaper. We need to start evaluating the resources we have in place, the competencies we have in place. We need to improve our communication. We need to also look at the intended outcomes of everything we are trying to do, our cybersecurity strategy, the processes, and the risks and opportunities that present to us as an organization, as a nation, and as a continent. So we need to try and go under the bonnet and try and do more than just rhetorics of doing workshops and doing this. Not enough organizations are training their employees. Not enough government in the public sector are training the civil servants in mitigation of cyber risks. Some will even tell you they don't need to comply with certain regulations. And we need to move away from that, because all in all, globally, cybercrime knows no borders. So we need to ensure that within the continent, we try and get our act together and work together with various organizations within the continent, not just a silo mindset. And we need to encourage, train more people, organize hackathon to try and bring folks in the government with folks in the public and the private sector together to exchange ideas. Not just a workshop of prawn sandwiches that they tend to do these days, but more about implementing, rolling their sleeves up and coming up with a solution-driven ideas, not more documentation of where we think we should be. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I chime in? Just
yeah, you can.
Okay, I think there is a part that perhaps maybe in terms of the peculiarities of the Nigerian system, in terms of the impact, which I think I should emphasize, right? In as much as we've spoken about perhaps economic impact, reputational issues, and market perception with regards to doing business with African countries as a result of inadequate cybersecurity framework or cybersecurity regulatory compliance. I think there is a cultural issue which perhaps may be peculiar to Nigeria, and I think it's necessary to highlight that. And the cultural issue is because of how rampant we've seen what I would call, quote and unquote, the success of cyber criminals. We are now struggling with the cultural issue whereby perhaps every young man believes that the easy way out or the easy way to get financial remuneration, as it were, is to take to cybercrime. And in as much as was said before now, that perhaps fraud in itself remains fraud, and maybe what we are having is cyber-enabled fraud. But the cultural issue which we face in Nigeria as of today is that because we have the relative success or perceived success of cyber criminals, this has engendered more participation in the crime, and perhaps there are several other crimes that have now been associated, or that that may have been the result or corollary of cyber crime. So in as much as we're dealing with the economic, financial, and perhaps reputational issue, there seems to be a cultural issue in Nigeria as today. And if that is not checked, it may also continue to balloon criminal actions in Nigeria in general. I thought to just chime in that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and okay, I think Melody has something to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Salim. So I just wanted to comment there on the issue of the impact of cybercrime on our economy, and particularly looking at the effect when we look at critical infrastructure. So you see that there are certain services that are critical to our government, to our economy. Either it's when we talk maybe of our energy, our transport, health systems, those are critical infrastructures that we have. And where we have cyber criminals or cyber attacks happening and targeting such critical infrastructure, one of the effects, not really on the economy, is the provision of basic services. I know recently here in South Africa, there was an attack on one of our critical infrastructure, which is with Transnet, who are responsible for our rail and our ports. And that cyber attack, I think it lasted for five days or a week or so, but the impact of that cyber attack on that critical infrastructure could be felt by everyone, by every citizen, because if you had ordered something and it was going to be delivered through a ship, through the ports, you knew you were not going to get it on time. And what I wanted to comment there is we also need to be mindful that when we do not combat cyber crimes, they have an effect, especially on the type of services that we receive, basic services that we receive. There was another attack again with the city of Johannesburg. I think it was in 2019. And the result was that we couldn't access the website. We couldn't call the hotline number that is for customer care services. We couldn't transact on that on their e-services platform. So those are some of the effects that we can talk about when we look at the effect of cybercrime, especially when it's targeting critical infrastructure in a country. That was my added input.
Okay.
I think
Thank you very
just
much.
to add to that, Mr. Salim, sorry, I came in again.
No,
just to add to that, just to add to that, when we look at the effect of cybercrime on the African economy, we need to look at it from three perspectives. One, from a business perspective, it results in the loss of reputation. Loss of reputation for a business also results in loss of customers. Because if I bank with your bank and you have a cyber attack, data theft, I will stop banking with you. So there will be thousands of Yemi that will stop banking with your bank because you've experienced a cyber crime. So loss of reputation always leads to loss of customers. From an individual standpoint, if I get hold of your personal data, I could use that to commit all manners of crimes, apply for credit cards using your names, get to find out more about you, and so on and so forth. And Melody mentioned very clearly from a government perspective, when we look at government, the effect on government, you're looking at critical infrastructure, which could be taken down and cause all manners of mayhem. So all these things needs to be looked at in its, in its own way, from an individual standpoint, from a business standpoint, from a government standpoint. Those are the three key areas where the effect of cybercrime on the African economy could be far-reaching. And we need to be wary of that, so that when we just don't look at it from a holistic standpoint, we need to look beyond what is in front of us and make sure that the impact is actually far-reaching that we could imagine. And that is why I broke it down into three key areas: individual, on the business, and then on the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yemi, and thank you very much the other panelists that had some contributions on that. No matter how little it might be, cybercrime is something that the African economy or the African continent should have a second thought on. As Yemi has said numerous amount of time, it's time to stop making frameworks, it's time to stop talking, it's time to actually go for it at the peak. Now, Yemi has mentioned a lot of things on private sector in helping the government in fighting cybercrime. Now, this is going to Mr. Okay. What is the role of private sector in fighting cybercrime? Probably Mr. Yemi has mentioned a few. Maybe you can add more light to that, Mr. Okay.
Okay, the role of private sector, I think, would be, I will look at it from three distinct buckets, right? The first would be, let's even start from the legal point of view, right? And I would look at perhaps maybe the Nigerian example. I don't think private sector is done so much in terms of legislative lobbying, right? Legislative lobbying needs to be done in order to ensure that we have the right regulatory framework. As was said at the first panel this morning, the Cybercrime Prevention Act, which we have, is 7 years old, right? Things have changed. Ordinarily, we should have a new law as we speak, right? So, and it is not a crime for there to be legislative lobbying. So that should be encouraged by private sector. Perhaps they would have the capital also to be able to push some of this agenda. And the advantage to lobbying is that if you have sufficient or robust framework in place to tackle issues on cybercrime and also issues around compensation with regards to victims of cybercrime, this would invariably help the private sector as well, particularly with regards to it being a deterrent, the laws being a deterrent against cyber criminals. This is not to say you wouldn't have people who would try, but people would always try. So, but if you have a robust legal framework, in the event there is, you can on the basis of a robust framework secure conviction. Now that is one. The second one will be from an angle of collaboration and developmental effort, which Mr. Adeniro has also mentioned, organizing hackathons and things like that. I think private sector should be at the forefront because at the end of the day, they are the ones who, in the event of cyber crimes, have the potential of losing so much. I know government also has the potential of losing, but if we look at it, at the end of the day, businesses suffer more when you have unfortunate events such as acts, denial of service, and all that. The third aspect, which is the last bucket, would be a situation where you also have private sector actually also developing capacity, right? There is nothing that stops private sector organizations to also have training institutes or what I would call supporting perhaps institutes of government that are training human capital, with respect to human capital, so that you can have sufficient human capital in country or in region now, since we're speaking Africa-wide, to tackle some of these issues. Because again, we can make a lot of noise around it. We can make a lot of, we can have talk shops such as this. But if the capacity is not there, then essentially we would not be able to tackle the problem. We have to craft African solutions for African problems. And this is where I would also implore private sector institutions to also ensure that there is sufficient support either directly or indirectly with regards to capacity building.
Yeah, just to add to what Mr. Oyeyemi just said, I think if you Google there was a report, which was the Kenya cybersecurity report. If you read the 2015 one, it's been a while now. I remember reading a while back that with evolving and dynamic cyber attacks, timely sharing of cyber incidents and information and a form of collaboration between government and the private sector will go a long way to improve our cybersecurity posture within Africa. So if the private sector, as Mr. Oyeyemi already said, can collaborate more even between themselves, they should be sharing more information because what is happening to a bank down the road may well be happening to another bank further down the road. But what I see now, again, I keep saying this, it's a silo mindset where we don't share information within our sectors and we don't collaborate to come together and tackle head on the threat of cyber risks to the landscape. I think collaboration will go a long way between the private sector and the government in fighting cybercrime, sharing knowledge, sharing information, organizing hackathon, bringing, you see those bad guys that you see them doing card scheming, card scheming or ransomware. I saw a video the other day about one young man that was able to penetrate one of the bank's defense system due to his knowledge. Folks like that, you don't lock them up. You don't put them in prison. It's a waste of time. What you do, you bring them into the fold, set up an environment where they could share their knowledge of how they penetrated your cyber defense, because that will help the private sector and the government to actually improve their posture. So rather than believing that every criminal have to be punished because because of what they've done, sometimes you need to work with them, to be able to improve the posture, the cybersecurity posture of organization. So the private sector, they have a lazy mindset now. Currently, in my view, they have a lazy mindset in the sense that they organize all these fanciful fintech this, fintech that, and discuss among themselves what needs to be done. But what they are not addressing is actually let's come together, let's collaborate, let's organize a hackathon, let's bring all these guys, all these card scheming guys, 419 guys, let's bring them into the fold, let's train them, let's clothe them, let's actually learn from them how we can improve our security posture. So that is the way to go. We mentioned earlier that one of the drawbacks or the effects of cybercrime in Africa is loss of intellectual property, loss of revenue, reputational damage, loss of processes in-house. But how do we mitigate all that? The operational disruption that cybercrime brings into the fold. We need to make sure that we collaborate, we organize hackathons, we bring guys together, we lay down a way in which we could bring all the bad guys to learn from their knowledge, and reward them accordingly. Because locking someone up, one day you're going to release them, right? And at some point they will go back to what they used to do before. So I think the private sector currently are not doing enough. They need to define their role. They need to reimagine their role. Call it what you like. They need to redefine it. They are currently very self-centered, meaning that all they do is get together every now and again and talk about fintech, this and that. It's all well and good. But guess what? They are actually the Microsoft of this world, all the solution provider organizations are making money due to the fact that a lot of the private sectors are not collaborating among themselves. They're not having effective round the table talk and solution. We're very good at talking in Africa. We can talk till tomorrow, but we're very bad at actually implementing what we've been talking about. Thank you.
Hi, Salim. I think you are muted again.
Thank you very much, Yemi. Prof, I think you can proceed.
Yeah, I think on the issue of public and private partnerships, I think, we've seen in Europe where the private sector actually, as a matter of morality and as a matter of giving back to society, actually enter into these triple Ps, these public-private partnerships, in order to enhance cybersecurity capacity, in order to enhance knowledge, and in order to also use some of the private sector infrastructure in protecting normal citizens, as well as assisting the government with its cybersecurity duties, which sometimes we think are only limited to transactional duties. We forget about cyber defense. We forget about aspects relating to cybersecurity and cyber hygiene. There's a lot of things that we are overlooking in the context of cybersecurity. So let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can see Melody's hand is up as well.
Thank you, Mr. Salim. So I just wanted to make a comment there again that when I think it was Mr. Yemi who was giving an example of, is it Uganda, where they have cybercrime laws which criminalizes certain activities on social media. So you find that a lot of African governments would try to use cybercrime laws as a way of censorship and surveillance. So we want our private partners and private sector to be there to protect us and to protect our data. So you understand that when there is going to be a crime investigation, a cybercrime investigation, 90% of the time, the sought after evidence will be sitting with the service provider. So we want to be in a position where the service provider will be there to assess a request that's coming from the government to see the whether it's actually legal and lawful for them to disclose data, and also protecting the privacy of citizens and the private our personal data, to avoid instances where governments will have access to all types of our information that may be residing with the private sector. So I think it's important that in as much as the private sector is playing an important role in providing that technical assistance to our governments or law enforcement agencies, we need to make that balance, to balance our rights to privacy versus the interest of governments to access data in the context of cybercrime investigations. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much all for the wonderful contribution. I believe the private sector has a long impact in terms of helping the African governments fight cyber crimes. Now over to, I don't know who to throw this up to. It's how does African Union plan to tackle cyber crime? Maybe Prof can attend to it. Hello.
I can assist if Prof is not on. I don't see him now.
Okay.
So maybe whilst we are waiting for Prof, I can just make a comment on the current status with our framework, our convention on cybersecurity, the Malabo Convention, that at the AU level, we do have a legal framework in place which addresses issues on cybersecurity, cybercrime, data protection, and e-commerce and electronic transactions. And I'm sure this is, if you have attended sessions or seminars or workshops of this nature, we continue to talk about ratification. We need 15 countries to ratify the Malabo Convention for it to come into operation. And at the moment, I understand we only have 13 ratifications. So I think once we reach the number 15 countries who ratify the convention, that is a starting point. And going forward, of course, there are issues or debates on the effectiveness of that framework to deal with issues around cyber security and cyber crime. But I think if we have the framework in operation, it's a starting point, and then we can go on to look at how we can make the framework more effective. What kind of cooperations do we need to have at the African continent? Because you see a lot of African countries who have who haven't ratified the Malabo Convention, but they have gone to ratify the Council of Europe Budapest Convention. And there, it's simply because when you look at the Budapest Convention and the provisions around cooperation, they're quite extensive. And if you are sitting in South Africa or in Nigeria and you want to conduct a crime investigation where the data is sitting in Europe, it makes sense if you are to ratify or to accede to a framework like the Budapest Convention, because it has in place mechanisms to promote cooperation, information sharing, to make it easier for cybercrime investigators to actually assist each other, and also the point of contact, the 24/7 point of contact to assist with cooperation. So I think for the African Union, we also need to have a similar framework in place, and starting with the Malabo Convention, we build up on that Malabo Convention. That would be one way of going forward. I don't know if Prof is back online.
I don't think he's back online, so.
Yeah, let me just, while we wait for Prof, let me just kind of add a bit more to what Melody have clearly articulated. I think from an AU perspective, I haven't really seen much from them in terms of collaboration within the AU states, African Union states. Collaboration is key. Exchanging of cybercrime intelligence report is key. They also need to set up a cyber security unit that their main focus would be on looking across the landscape of Africa, cybersecurity, crimes, and beyond. And also collaborating with the EU and US. I attend every year, I always get invited every year to the EU cybersecurity group. They meet once a year. Once a year is the main one, but they always have subgroups. But once a year we meet somewhere in Europe, and each EU state is represented. And when you're there, you present on a topic. And it's always a great way of learning what is going on across the EU, on how Germany or UK, and also you have all these, the intelligence guys that comes in and do presentation. We have workshops, we work on solutions. And I would love to see AU embrace that kind of mindset where they put together a yearly stuff, and they kind of, it shouldn't be a talking shop, because like I said, we're very good at organizing talking shops in Africa, but when it comes to implementation, that's where we fall flat. It should be a workshop where what we call the meeting of minds will take place and exchange ideas, come together on solutions, proactive solutions. That collaboration will go a long way to mitigate the cyber risk we face in Africa. And we also need to make sure that that resource or resources is actually well supported from a financial standpoint. You know, not allocating budgets to cybersecurity is one of the issues a lot of organizations are facing, and they always end up being breached because they don't allocate enough budget or resources to it. So again, AU needs to prioritize cybersecurity as a big deal rather than treating it as, a kind of low to medium risk. It should be a very high risk that should be mitigated accordingly. So I think they need to go a long way to prioritize cyber risk in order to tackle cyber crime. They need to work on collaboration more effectively. They need to share cyber crime intelligence between the states, and they need to come up and work with like-minded people to be able, whether private or international. I think sometimes we look to a provider like IBM to come up with a solution to all our pain points, which is not. I know a company that all they do is speak to IBM about their technical debts, and IBM always said their solution to them. But they don't realize that cybercrime knows no borders, and cyber attack will happen. It's a matter of when and which organization. So we saw what happened to Uber the other day in US, in California. So there's more happening in Africa, but in Africa, we still have this culture and mindset that we shouldn't go public with all our cyber attacks because of reputational damage and loss of revenue. But AU needs to step up to the plate and make sure that they collaborate more, they share intelligence, they organize meeting of minds and come up with solutions rather than just being a token shop. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Yemi. I'm not sure whether Prof is back on.
I don't think he's back on, but maybe perhaps pending when he comes on. I just want to also lend my voice, and my follows from the last contribution by Mr. De Niro with respect to collaboration with the within the AU. So I even have something more fundamental in terms of my concern in the AU. And let's start with the Malabo Convention on Cybersecurity. As of today, very few countries within the AU have actually signed or ratified that piece of legislation or that piece of agreement. And even our dear country, Nigeria, is also a culprit here. And so the challenge is, even before we go to the issue of collaboration, there seems to be a fundamental disconnect amongst the member states with regards to how important this piece of agreement or this convention is to us as a region. If we have a situation whereby we don't have so many countries that have actually signed or ratified the convention, the issue of collaboration in itself may even be far-fetched, because you cannot even collaborate on perhaps a concept or an agreement which you haven't signed. So the fundamental issue would even be the member countries or member states of the African Union need to recognize the importance of the Malabo Convention by either signing and ratifying, and now go into the collaboration and developing further frameworks as to how, maybe perhaps supplemental agreements if necessary, as to how the cybersecurity framework or structure should work. If we do not encourage the relevant member states to sign, then perhaps we will just be dancing in circles, because what would happen is if, let me give a good example with regards to technology integration. For example, if Mr. A approaches Mr. B to say, I want to integrate with you, let's have a technology handshake. And perhaps even one of the guys who want to do the handshake does not even have the hand. So perhaps we should look at encouraging the member states to build, to recognize the importance of the convention to us as a region. I just thought to mention that as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think the Malabo Convention can be probably a stepping stone where all the African countries can come together and have like a strategic framework. And as Mr. Yemi has pinpointed, collaboration is key to whatever we plan to achieve. Now, from my perspective, and I just want to throw this up to all the panelists with an open question, which I will give everyone opportunity to probably have his or her own view on what it is. Now, looking at how cybercrime and cybersecurity has become so important in terms of financial services, the aviation sector, the energy sector, things are more than any other time online at the moment. COVID-19 has rampaged so many things. Things that were done manually are no more done manually anymore. Does the panel feel that it's time to have something like a ministry of, like we have a ministry of information technology in most of the countries? Do we feel we should have something like a ministry of cybercrime or cybersecurity, whereby there is probably a pinpointer where, because at the moment, if you look at it, cybersecurity is hovering around security, hovering around information communication technology. So there is no real owner of the processes and the procedures. It's just an open question, and I would like to start with Mr. Okay, and then we follow up with some questions. There are some questions after this, and we go around those questions.
Okay, because I think before I speak, okay, I thought I saw Prof. I think Prof is back. Do you want to take him first or?
Okay, hello, Prof. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back. I think the
Yeah,
discussion
I
was
think the
on.
connection dropped, but I could
Oh.
hear you. You were talking about the Malabar Convention, and
Yeah, the
then
discussion was how African Union plan to tackle cybercrime prior to you losing the connection.
yes, I hope there are people from the AU in this workshop, because I'm actually one of the people who's of the view that the Malabo Convention has reached its expiry date. The Malabo Convention was a bad attempt some 10 years ago to create an omnibus legislation to deal with e-commerce, data protection, cybersecurity, cyber criminality, all in one. But with that having been said, the Malabo Convention is not all that bad. But I do believe that it is time for Malabo 2.0. We don't know if it will be in Malabo, since Malabo is a place, but maybe it is time for an African Convention 2.0 to deal with African issues that we are facing in data protection, in cybersecurity, and cyber criminality. That's my little 2 cents on that point. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. I think everything still boils down to collaboration and the Malabo Convention. So it's very important, and is a sounding warning or a sounding message to the African countries that look, this convention or this fora is very key and very important to cyber crime and cyber security within the continent. And as we keep delaying it, then things, technology keep moving fast and things keep unfolding that it might not cover, and we might get it outdated when we come to use it. So that's one key point. Now, the last point I have is on having something like a Ministry of Cybercrime or Ministry of Cybersecurity, because like in Nigeria at the moment, cybersecurity is hovering within Ministry of Digital Economy, Office of the National Security Advisor, probably the DSS, the police. So does the panel think having something like a holding ministry or a holding pointer where each and every security goes to that ministry? Because from what I can say is cybersecurity is maturing every day. People or organizations that are not thinking of cyber crimes are now thinking of it. So I will start with Mr. Oke for his own view on that.
Okay, thanks, Salim. Looking at the Nigerian structure as of today, and I'm going to speak specifically to the peculiarity of the Nigerian administrative system. I think multiplicity of commissions of organizations may not necessarily be the way to go. And this is particularly because of the economic or financial implications of doing this. What I would suggest would be we should strengthen the current, we can have a cybersecurity arm within the current structure under the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. It can be a division such that perhaps if we want some type of autonomy or independence, the relevant divisional head reports directly to the minister. I think it goes beyond just having a brick and mortar commission or brick and mortar establishment for for we to be able to effectively monitor cybersecurity issues. As far as I'm concerned, I think what we should do is to maintain the current structure which we have, through which maybe, and I don't know if we even have that as of now, whether there is a dedicated division, and perhaps that should be the first question. Do we have a dedicated division or department that is monitoring cybersecurity issues 24/7, right? I'm not sure. And let's assume we do, then we need to strengthen that division. I don't think we need to go and establish another commission, because I don't think that is one, necessary, and two, it may not be particularly economically viable looking at the state of the Nigerian economy as of today.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Yemi?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Salim. I think if we're going to look at the current situation as we speak, and if we're going to have a roadmap as to the way forward, where we are currently and where we need to be through a gap analysis, I think we need to have a ministry for cybersecurity. I think in Africa, we tend to do things where there's an agency that is dealing with that particular situation. Currently, it's all very fragmented in the case of Nigeria and other African nations, where cybersecurity is an afterthought rather than part and parcel of the daily operation activities. So you already mentioned that ONSA, NIDA, Ministry for Digital Economy, they all have some input into cybersecurity, but what we don't have is an overall custodian of cybersecurity services in Nigeria and in other parts of Africa. Now, going further away from Africa, if you borrow the idea from Australia actually have a dedicated Ministry of Cybersecurity. Their budget this year is $9.9 billion. What that does is it shows that Australia as a nation takes cybersecurity risk very seriously, and they want to mitigate the risk by allocating the appropriate budgets to cybersecurity. And what it also shows is that cybersecurity it's making Australia a key offensive cyber security player rather than a very dull and reactive and defensive cyber security player. What we see in Africa currently is a very dull approach to cybersecurity. It's an afterthought. When you look at from the private sector standpoint, a lot of them do, even the fintech, they do software development. They do not have security embedded into their software development life cycle. A number of banks develop applications for their customers where security check is an afterthought as part of the software development life cycle. So in order for us to be a key offensive cybersecurity player in Africa, every nation, in my view, should have a ministry dedicated to cybersecurity. By so doing, they will have a budget like Australia does for that ministry. We pay lip services a lot in Africa to a number of these things. Yes, we have a huge ministry for digital, whatever you want to call it, but maybe we allocate 1 shilling to cybersecurity and we dedicate $1 million to non-cybersecurity stuff. Whereas if you have a ministry for cybersecurity, you allocate an appropriate budget for that ministry. So to me, if you also look at UAE, for example, they have a ministry of for economy or of economy. Part of the core competencies of that ministry is cybersecurity, and they have a budget every year which they allocate to cybersecurity strengthening. Again, that shows you they're a key offensive cyber player. Go across to Zimbabwe. Mugabe, bless his soul, despite all the things that people say about him. I think when he was alive, he created a ministry for cybersecurity. How effective they were, if they're still alive, I don't know. But at least he came up with that idea, love him or hate him. So I think we need to move away from being a reactive cybersecurity player to being a key offensive cybersecurity player in Africa. And every nation needs to address this point by creating the ministry for it. Yes, Mr. Oke alluded to the fact that we have a huge numbers of MDAs in Nigeria, for example. I think there are too many of them. They should all be collapsed into a few meaningful ones. But cybersecurity should stand head and shoulder above the rest because it affects every realms of what we do, from infrastructure to individual, to banking, to telecommunication, to finance, to key infrastructures. It affects everything that we do, even our cars. I was involved last week in a group that looks at cybersecurity in electric cars, car automation. Cybersecurity is huge now. So it affects everything we do, whether you are selling granules by the roadside, or you are selling financial services to your customers, or you are in charge of NNPC, the Nigerian Petroleum Corporation. You know, you have all these areas which impact our lives, and all those areas are subjected to cybersecurity. Therefore, cybersecurity in its own right should have a ministry that, just like we have Ministry of Defense that looks after national security, we should have a ministry for cybersecurity where we allocate the appropriate budget for us to be able to tackle cybersecurity situations. We should aim towards that in order to make each nation in Africa a key offensive cybersecurity player. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yemi. That's a very tough one as well, because we are having a dynamic viewpoint from both Oke and Yemi. Thank you very much for your own personal views. Over to Prof.
Hi there. So this issue about whether cybersecurity should have its own agency, I think is an important discussion that we need to have. For the greatest of time, I was actually one of the people who was saying we mustn't work in silos. For instance, in South Africa, the ECT Act is under communications, the Cyber Crimes Act is under justice, critical infrastructure now is under the police, which is also quite confusing. But cybersecurity in itself must be and cannot be mixed or fused with any of the ones that I've mentioned. Our information regulator can barely deal with data protection, right? They're barely dealing with the complaints that are coming through. They're barely dealing with data breaches. I see the information regulator now is even hiring people to deal with breaches, right? So we can barely deal with data protection matters. And now we want to have an agency that will also deal with cybersecurity in one. I don't think that would be the right way to go. If you look at the European model and the Chinese model, data protection now is an aspect of cybersecurity, right? We have moved forward from data protection being a lonely orphan to data protection is now an adopted child of cybersecurity, okay? And because of that, it is essential, as the last speaker said, cybersecurity in manufacturing, cybersecurity in communications, cybersecurity by design. In other words, when you are designing things, right? Cybersecurity must already be the consideration. So, you know, for me, we need a separate agency, an agency that can maybe overlap with data protection agency, that can overlap with the military, that can overlap with the police. But cybersecurity on itself should be respected as its own agency so that it can make the necessary work. I know in Africa we don't have money. I know, however, our politicians, we send them overseas on first-class tickets and we let them stay in very expensive hotels, but that's a topic for another day. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Prof. And the last one from Mrs. Melody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salim. So I do agree with what Prof has said. Just to add on to the conversation, because I believe the points that have been raised are quite good points. I think when we need to make that split between cybercrime issues and cybersecurity issues. So as far as cybercrime is concerned, because at the end of the day, it's crime. And we already have the Ministry of Justice responsible for prosecution, investigation of crime. So all cybercrime related issues can still fall under the Ministry of Justice. And as far as cybersecurity is concerned, perhaps it would make sense if we are to have that standalone entity responsible for, if it's going to be capacity building on cybersecurity, research and development around cybersecurity, and bringing training and awareness on issues around cybersecurity. I think that would be ideal. I stand to be corrected because I see Prof is still on the call. I think looking at the setup in South Africa, we have the Ministry of Digital Technologies, and under that ministry we have that cybersecurity hub, which acts as the, I think it's the national CSET responsible for bringing on about training and awareness on cybersecurity. So it could be one way of doing it, where we approach it by having an independent entity or an entity under a ministry responsible for overseeing cybersecurity issues. Those are just my additional comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Melody. Thank you to the panelists for the diverse view in terms of those key points. I think I saw one of the participants raising her hand or his hand for quite some time. I'm not sure if the host can permit them to speak or they can only send messages. We have one or few questions on the chat box. Any question from the participants? Okay, I have one question here, which says from Nathir Brown. How do we as a how do we as a collective challenge our policy makers and government leaders to take interest in and participate in important forums such as this. So how do we take it as a challenge? So how do we challenge our policymakers and government leaders to take interest in and participate in important forums such as this? I think it's an open question. Anyone can attend to it from the panelists.
Can I answer that one?
Yeah, fine, Prof. Can go ahead.
Yes, I think the issue of policy and how to get government to change policy has to do with priority, right? For instance, if we're talking cybersecurity today, surely we shouldn't be talking fourth industrial revolution because that happened 10 years ago, right? So, you know, if we are prioritizing cybersecurity from a policy perspective, cyber diplomacy, cyber culture, cyber resilience, cyber capacity building, right? If we look at cyber as a mind shift in technology, as a mind shift in warfare, only then can we be able to successfully convince our policymakers, our legislators about the fact that cybersecurity is a reality in 2020 because it affects all these different facets of life and all these different industries when one looks at things like critical infrastructure. I don't want to.
Hello.
Yeah, I was done speaking. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for the response to the question. Any other comment from the panelists on this?
I think I just have a little contribution with regards to finding, encouraging policymakers to take interest in important forums such as this. I think one of the things we should do is always call or invite policymakers to events such as this, which the organizers have done. For example, earlier today we had the commissioner, the national commissioner of the Nigerian Data Protection Bureau. But I think going beyond even inviting them, right? Again, I would take lead from what one of the speakers mentioned at the earlier session today. It's necessary to also speak the truth, the home truth to them, so that they take it back in terms of when they are, it becomes useful input for the policy formulation process. So again, in as much as they attend, and we should continue to encourage them to attend, we should also, during their attendance, let them know and speak the truth to them, irrespective of whatever the circumstances. And I guess the third suggestion would be communiques or outcomes of deliberations at events like this should also be communicated to them. One of the things we should bear in mind is that perhaps because of government bureaucracy, things will be slow, and we should not be discouraged. We should continue to preach the gospel of cybersecurity to the relevant government apparatus, and we should not tire out. So those are my three interventions with regards to the question. Hi, Salim, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. So over
Thank you
to
very much, okay, for the insight information. I'm not sure if there's any other question again from the participants. Oh, we have 5 more minutes from the time that we started. We just have 5 minutes to end the session. Okay, there seems to be no any further question. On this note, I would like to say thank you to all, and we hope to take this further to the next level. And probably, as OK just highlighted, it is important for policymakers to understand things like this, for them to be invited, and for the communique to be shared with them. And one of the key points he said is saying the blank truth, how it is. So there's no two ways about it. If we are vulnerable, we are vulnerable. If we're not vulnerable, then we have somewhere to go. Thank you very much, Prof. From Prof. Sidwe Lindelo. Thank you very much, Yemi Adenira. Thank you very much, Oyemi Oke. And then thank you for the Iron Lady, Mrs. Melody Musoni. With this, we come to the end of the session. We still have 4 minutes from the stipulated time. Now over to the hosting room. If they're still there, they can take over.
Thank you very much, Salim. Thank you so much for heading this session. Thank you to the speakers for their input so far. And I'd like to give special thanks to the attendees for sending in their questions, for making this an interactive session. I'd like to also let the participants know that they can visit the Africa Data Security Conclave website and download resources. Every quarter since 2021, Africa Data Security reports have been released, and there are 6 editions so far. So there is resources for everyone to read, and we can drop the link in the chat room, or just go to the website and click on resources, and you can have this. At this point, we have come to the end of today's conference. Tomorrow we'll kick off, of course, and we'll be speaking on 2 sessions. We have 2 sessions for tomorrow on cybersecurity issues and the digital divide. The second session will be on cyber hygiene and the CIA triad. Without any further questions, yes, so it's being displayed. We have for tomorrow, our moderators would obviously take over as we did today, and we hope to have a lovely session tomorrow. I'd like to thank everyone once again for their contribution and participation so far. And if there are no further questions, I'd like to wish everyone a wonderful day. Okay, there is a question in the chat room. Let me just go through the chat section to make sure I don't miss any of the questions. Yeah, so we have the link to the resources page already in the chat room.
I think his question is, where can he access the recording?
Okay. Yes, we already have an answer to that. We have a YouTube page. It will be made available at the end of the conference. You can log on YouTube, search for Africa Data Security Conclave, and there should be the recording right there to go through the session once again. Thank you. Just going to wait for 1 more minute or less, just to make sure we have no further questions. Okay, I think we are good to go. Thank you once again, everyone. Do enjoy the rest of your day and see you tomorrow.
All right.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you.